fourth day, and on Thursday, June 17, we will begin our agenda with the pending agenda items from agenda item number 16. So I will pass the floor to our dear co-chair, Mette. Mette, over to you.
Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel, and good morning. And hello, distinguished council members, CISO, other participants. Pleasure to see you on the screen again today, and thank you for your flexibility to start early today again. As pointed out from Carlos Manuel, we will start and we will continue agenda item 16, relations with other conventions and international institutions. Yesterday, we finished the first part of this agenda item, the presentation by the Executive Secretary of the Convention. And we will now move on to the second part of this agenda item, which is the consideration of document GEF/C.60/06, relations with conventions and other international organizations. This document will not be formally introduced, and I will just open the floor from any comments from the council to this document. It will be followed by a draft decision after the discussion. So, William, may I please ask you to manage the list of speakers? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Marita has the floor.
Thank you. We would like to welcome the efforts, excuse me. We would like to welcome the efforts by the Secretariat and the GCF to strengthen cooperation and complementarity. We see the long-term vision as an important first step to strengthen complementarity and synergies between the two organizations, and encourage you to continue to deepen this cooperation, which we believe will contribute to reducing fragmentation in the architecture, in the climate financing architecture, that is. We would appreciate more information on the results and lessons learned from the pilot period, as pilot cooperation was initiated already in 2018 between the two funds in a few selected interventions. What was the value added of working together in these interventions? We missed this information in the document. We have a few questions.
Just one thing, Marita, this is not the LTV, right? You seem to be talking about the LTV, the long-term vision of cooperation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was what we were going to talk about.
No, we're looking at the report on relations with conventions.
Okay, we can approve the draft decision on that one.
Okay, thank you very much. So other speakers, please bear in mind, we're talking first about relations with conventions. We'll talk about LTV once we have adopted this decision.
Okay, so I should not make any comments on the long-term vision now then?
No, please wait until it's introduced.
Okay, thank you.
Annalisa, you have the floor.
William, I thought it's also about the LTV. We also support already the decision regarding the relation to various conventions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So would anyone like to talk about the report on relations with conventions? Gabriela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, William. I'll keep it short. I already spoke yesterday when the executive secretaries were present, just to thank again the staff of the GEF Secretariat for their engagement with the conventions, and how much we really truly value your contributions in there during the negotiations, and also working continuously on an informal basis. especially for GEF 8, this will be crucial since we have heard yesterday several conventions will not be in the position to provide formal guidance in time for the replenishment. So moving forward, this informal collaboration will be even more important, and we're ready to approve the report as is. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Richard, you have the floor.
Thank you. I made this comment yesterday, but just for completeness, I wanted to repeat the reference to the Montreal Protocol, and in paragraph 76 of the report it made mention of no interaction, and there has been interaction by the GEF Secretary with the Montreal Multilateral Fund in relation to energy efficiency. I think that's a good example that we want to highlight as part of positive engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There seem to be no further speakers, so back to you, Mette.
Thank you very much, William, and sorry if I was not clear that we were now discussing the report on the convention agenda, and we will soon move on to the long-term vision. But on this report, we had then one comment or question, at least from Australia, and a comment from Switzerland. I would now invite Gustavo and or Shizuru to respond to these comments. Gustavo, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Matti, and thanks for the comments and thanks for the support to the document. And thank you, Gabriela, for, of course, the remarks about our ongoing collaboration, not only with the negotiators, but also the constant engagement with the convention secretariat. So we hope we continue on that mode, as you indicated. Richard, yes, thanks for the reference. What I suggest we do is that we introduce in the highlights of the council meeting what you stated, so that we don't have to modify anything in the decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gustavo. Shizuru, did you want to take the floor?
I think we're good. Thank you. Gustavo answered the questions. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you very much. Then our discussion on this agenda item is completed, and I invite the council to adopt the draft decision included in document GEF/6C.60/06. I see no one requesting the floor, and the decision is approved. Thank you very much. Now we will continue to section C, and we will consider the long-term vision and collaboration between the Green Climate Fund and the Global Environment Facility. I will offer the floor to Carlos Manuel and then Shizuru to introduce the long-term vision. Carlos Manuel, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mette, and I'm really pleased to present to Council the long-term vision on complementarity between the Green Climate Fund and the Global Environmental Facility, which is a pact and at the same time a roadmap that the GEF and the Ldcf develop jointly with a very direct engagement of myself and the GCF Executive Director, good friend, Janika Klemaraik. The mission of both funds are partially shared and mutually reinforcing. The two institutions are both committed to support climate action towards the goal of the Climate Convention, and of course, and very importantly, the implementation of the Paris Agreement. We both value country-driven approaches and ownership, and we both believe in maximizing the impact and transformational change, which is a paradigm shift. And we support to the highest, and we aim to the highest international practice on accountability, transparency, gendered, and safeguards. At the same time, the two institutions have differences and unique strengths that can complement each other. So it is important to understand the respective focus and priorities of each institution to articulate differences to minimize potential duplication. The two institutions all see a clear need to define specific areas of cooperation where complementarity of action might be most efficient and effective, and to explore possibilities and possible modalities to generate long-lasting outcomes in climate change, adaptation, as well as mitigation on the ground. For the GEF, the GEF Trust Fund, the Ldcf, and the SCCF are part of this vision. In this respect, we've been working together very hard with the GCF, particularly since 2008, to pilot coordinated engagement in several countries. That experience has generated a number of projects that take advantage of support opportunities from both funds. And we also learned and based on coordinating, working together, and teaming up with the Green Climate Fund by hosting a very successful joint pavilion in the COP25 December 2019 in Madrid. The new vision that we are presenting to you all builds on this foundation and aims to take the partnership to a more strategic level with concrete contribution and commitments from both sides in programming, information, knowledge sharing, communication, and outreach. This long-term vision is beyond the coordination of the two secretariats. There is a clear commitment to engage and inform the Council and the Green Climate Fund Board. So it is extremely important for me to engage with the
recording in progress
bodies of both institutions as we move forward. Complementarity with the Green Climate Fund is a frequently asked question during recent council meetings and also at the replenishment negotiations. I have heard you all strong voices asking for actions to enhance impacts and have a higher return on investment. The long-term vision on complementarity can be a key reference effort to clarify questions that the recipient countries constantly ask us all. This is only the beginning, and there is quite a bit of work ahead of us as we go into a work program design effort and understanding the very different challenges, but very exciting areas of implementation of this agreement. We're ready for this challenge, and we are happy that we are launching the new phase of the partnership with the Green Climate Fund with your full support and engagement. Thank you so much, Mete, and I can now give the floor to Chisu.
Thank you very much, co-chairs. We have prepared a very short presentation, and I ask that it be pulled up. Thank you very much. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to present to Council a little bit more additional information about this long-term vision. Let me first start out by thanking the GCF colleagues for their cooperation and also the leadership at the GEF and GCF and their commitment to advance our collaboration to the new stage of partnership. Next slide, please. As Carlos Manuel just highlighted, in essence, this document is a roadmap for the two institutions, the GEF and GCF, to work together. And the aim of this document is to define specific areas of cooperation where complementary action might be and more and most efficient and effective, and to also explore different modalities to generate much longer lasting mitigation and adaptation outcomes. As the CEO indicated, this particular agreement covers efforts to be carried out by the GEF Trust Fund, as well as the Ldcf and SCCF. So we're covering both the mitigation aspects as well as the adaptation aspects. The vision has been developed jointly by the two secretarial funds. The effort is building on the experiences that we gained from the pilot coordinated engagement through which we actually supported a number of countries to synergizing the programming of resources available through the GEF and GCF. And also we worked hard to enhance channels of communication. The LTV is responding to quite a number of guidance that we have received from UNFCCC Conference of the Parties. Both entities have been encouraged to further articulate and build on the complementarity within the financial mechanism for this important convention. And we are also hopeful that this working together can pave the way for coordination and collaboration across other funds as well as programs. The two secretariats also decided to present this LTV to the respective governing bodies. And as the CEO indicated, for the GCF part, it has been presented as part of the GCF Secretariat report to the 29th meeting of the GCF board, which will take place later this month. Next slide, please. The vision includes 3 elements. The first one is collaborative and coordinated programming. The second element is sharing information, lessons learned, and knowledge. And the third element is communication and outreach. I think it's important to highlight that this provides a menu, and we will be discussing to elaborate on these actions with the GCF, countries, as well as other partners, including agencies. Let me just highlight a couple of activities under the collaborative and coordinated programming. And the very first element is on the major initiatives. We will work together to support major initiatives with significant climate benefits. And we will be building on our existing collaboration on larger initiatives, such as the Great Green Wall and Amazon. And we will take this further to look into developing initiatives focused on priorities for CIS, LDCs, certain regions, as well as private sector collaboration. And doing so, we will work to provide support in line with each fund's strengths and prioritization. The second element that I wanted to highlight is on the facilitation of national investment planning. I know this is important for many countries. We will support country-owned national planning and priority setting for programming. The first phase of national investment planning will be supported upon request, such as what we have done for the pilot engagement. And right at this moment, we're envisioning up to 5 countries on this kind of support. And we will ensure that there is good alignment with post-COVID-19 stimulus and climate resilient recovery efforts to be encouraged. Another activity under the collaborative and coordinated programming that I wish to highlight very briefly is on the activity to develop a list of activities or programs that each fund would prioritize. We will aim for better coordination and greater efficiency by streamlining consultation processes, as well as identifying potential areas where duplication could occur, among others. We will also identify key common themes of importance and provide examples of respective focus as well as priorities of each fund so that we can articulate differences and minimize duplication while ensuring the priorities of each fund can be really well understood and reflected. The second element covers sharing of information, lessons learned, as well as knowledge. Let me just say that the 2 funds are agreeing to produce and use a set of guidance products and methodologies for designing projects and measuring their impacts. And there is also quite a number of activities envisaged under the communications outreach. I think it's important that the 2 secretaries will enhance outreach and communication efforts on sharing lessons learned from coordination and complementarity effects. And we are looking into a number of activities under here, such as joint announcements at the UNFCCC COP26, dialogues with interested contributors, and outreach efforts in the lead up to COP26 and beyond. Next slide, please. Very quickly, we have 1 slide to show the way forward. The 2 secretariats will establish a steering committee that supports the planning and implementation of initiatives under the LTV. We are currently in the process of developing TOR in consultation with the GCF Secretariat. We will submit a joint update to the GCF Board and GEF Council. We will prepare one on an annual basis and to highlight activities undertaken as well as results to take. Sharing of views among the board and council members may also be encouraged through a joint session or meeting if there is mutual agreement to do so. We will be commissioning a study on processes and policies to enable countries to better understand differences as well as entry points for the both funds to generate recommendations to support complementarity. And finally, we will commit to include relevant elements to the LTV in the programming directions as related documents with GCF1. So with that, thank you very much. I'm happy to help answer any questions or clarifications with the co-chair.
Thank you very much, both Carlos Manuel and Shizuru, for the presentation of the long-term vision for the collaboration between GCF and GEF. Now I will open the floor for comments and questions from the council. And William, may I ask you to announce the list of speakers as usual? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's start with Alain, followed by Gerard. I think it's Alain who's going to speak. Yes, go ahead.
You're muted, Alain.
Try again.
Does it work now? Can you hear me
yes.
now?
Please go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I will speak in French. Merci beaucoup à Carlos Manuel, merci beaucoup à Shizuru pour cette introduction. Nous saluons bien évidemment ce document très important qui pose les bases d'un partenariat entre les deux principaux fonds multilatéraux que sont le FEM et le Fonds vert pour le climat. Partenariat qui a pu se cristalliser notamment autour du projet de la Grande Muraille Verte au Sahel, une région, comme vous le savez, qui est particulièrement importante pour notre pays. Nous encourageons le FEM et le Fonds vert pour le climat à la mise en place d'un partenariat stratégique de long terme construit sur leur complémentarité et leur expertise respective, notamment en termes de thématiques, en termes régionaux, en termes opérationnels. Je vais revenir rapidement sur ces trois volets. Sur le volet thématique, nous soutenons la mise en place d'une collaboration plus étroite entre les deux fonds à partir de leurs spécificités thématiques. Les sujets liés à l'environnement, et en particulier à la biodiversité, pourraient s'ancrer encore plus fortement au sein du FEM, au croisement des 5 conventions. Et ceux liés à la lutte et à l'adaptation au changement climatique sont clairement au cœur du mandat du Fonds vert pour le climat. Sur les spécificités opérationnelles, nous pensons ici à la diversité des instruments de financement et au partage d'expériences possibles. Là encore, en s'appuyant sur l'expérience qu'on a pu voir au Fonds vert, qui utilise énormément d'instruments de financement différents. Un autre axe de travail pourrait se concentrer sur les agences de mise en œuvre. Comme vous le savez, c'est un sujet que nous suivons avec énormément d'attention, avec les questions de concentration évidemment. Et en regardant quelles agences de mise en œuvre accréditées pourraient être sollicitées davantage et comment on pourrait maximiser l'impact des financements du FEM et du Fonds vert au bénéfice de toutes les parties prenantes, y compris évidemment les pays récipiendaires. Nous apprécierons de recevoir des rapports réguliers et détaillés sur le statut de cette collaboration future. Et nous saluons évidemment les premiers échelons qui ont été mentionnés lors de cette discussion. Nous soutiendrons évidemment également les démarches de collaboration avec d'autres fonds, tels que le Fonds d'adaptation ou encore le Fonds pour la mise en œuvre du protocole de Montréal, qui sont des fonds essentiels dans cette discussion également. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Next is Gerard, followed by Gabriela. Gerard, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. I wish to express my thanks to Carlos Manuel and also to Chizuru, who has been making the presentation. Good morning and good afternoon to all colleagues present. So I'll, as the representative, the council member from France, I wish to commend the both funds for this partnership, which will bring a lot of savings, efficiency, and effectiveness in the whole initiatives that is being taken by both funds regarding climate, addressing climate solution. So I would like now to come with one or two questions concerning how it's going to be on ground. I think that the discussions have already started, but you will work on how it's going to be in practice. So I have maybe a few points that I would put forward that I think would be relevant for future discussions. The first one is, are there going to be co-financing of projects whenever there is a convergence in terms of priorities? And if so, which process is going to be used? Is it that of the GCF or the GEF? The second question is on the approval mechanism. Will it be approved by both the council and also the board of council of the GEF and also the board of the GCF? Will this not maybe be an issue of that will bring certain delays in the implementation of those projects that are being co-financed? In terms of accredited agencies, how is it going to be? So these are my questions of how it's going to be in practice, and what sort of benefits it will bring to the recipient countries. Of course, this will depend on the reply to all these questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Gabriela, followed by Yoshitomo. Gabriela, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, William, and thanks to Carlos Manuel and Chis for introducing the long-term vision. We are, as a member to the GEF Council, as well as the GCF board, we welcome the long-term vision and the efforts to increase complementarity, coherence, and collaboration between the two. We've asked for this since many years, so we greatly appreciate it. We in particular welcome the procedural steps proposed and look forward to the outcome of the process. We also welcome and are supportive of the proposed way forward. However, we have a number of observations and concerns we would like to see addressed moving forward. The first, the respective strengths and uniqueness presented in the long-term vision need to be fleshed out and presented in a more analytical way, and include the fund's respective strengths, but also weaknesses. A careful analysis of the respective objectives, roles, tools, instruments, and mechanisms, partners, and policies is essential for future action and collaboration. In case such an in-depth analysis will be conducted, it would be helpful if it was made available and/or referenced in future reports. The stated objectives refer to a mixture of actions and activities, ranging from hypothetical to possible to concrete actions and activities. Some more clarity about the nature of these activities would be helpful. We would in particular appreciate if the two funds would focus on concrete operational activities. We would like to see how the GEF will focus on early stage innovative approaches, and the GCF will then take up successful projects and scale them up where possible. In our view, for example, co-financing into the same kind of project would not be a way of coherence and complementarity that we find fruitful. The efforts to improve complementarity, coherence, and collaboration between the GEF and the GCF should be mindful of country ownership, not confer disproportionately weight to the implementing agencies, and instead contribute to the strengthening of the focal points and countries' programming capacities. And related to the policy comparison piece that we find very interesting, we would like to in particular see how the available policies of the two funds could be streamlined and harmonized, with a view to also facilitate access for recipient countries so they don't have to get used to the different procedures in each fund every single time. Now, lastly, we'd appreciate it if you could report back to the GEF Council on the comments received from the GCF board, as well, of course, as the council, and possible follow-up activities that you see based on these. We therefore propose the following amendments to the draft decision. So after the GCF and the GEF, welcomes the document and in particular the establishment of a joint steering committee. looks forward to the annual joint progress report to be submitted to the GEF Council and the GCF board, and requests the GEF Secretariat to inform the Council at its 61st session about comments received by the GCF board and the Council and potential follow-up actions as possible. We feel this is useful since not all countries are represented in both boards, and we explicitly ask for information and not report in order to prevent that you have to write an additional report document, but really just inform about the steps you see as follow-up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Yoshitomo, followed by Tom. Yoshitomo, you have the floor.
Thank you, William and Madam Co-Chair, and thank you very much, Chizuru and Carlos Manuel, for the report on this important subject. At the outset, we highly welcome the work on this long-term vision between the GCF and GEF, and highly expect that such collaboration between the two institutions will lead to avoidance of duplication and improved effectiveness and efficiency, and result in enhancement of both GCF and GEF's strength. While we acknowledge the current work focus on a rather individual project or program level, we would also welcome more holistic considerations on the roles of two institutions in the broader international climate finance architecture. I think Marita from Sweden briefly touched upon in her intervention previously. And we hope under the leadership of CEO Carlos Manuel, the GEF would further identify its strengths or comparative advantage among the relevant climate institutions and come up with a strategic pathway on how it would supplement the GCF or the climate invest funds and cooperating in the implementation phase. We also hope in the course of streamlining the proposed integrated programs in the context of GEF 8, such strategic direction be fully reflected in the GEF 8 programming document. Thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Tom, followed by Marita. Tom, you have the floor.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. Strongly welcome this initiative to respond to two business needs. But first, just wanted to say that I agree with Switzerland's points on the Joint Steering Committee and the process of keeping the GEF Council informed. As she said, not all countries are represented on both. Canada is represented on both, so it's me. So I'll take this to the GCF board later this month. On the two concrete points, we strongly support the study on GEF and GCF processes to help partners understand these important environmental funds. This is a concrete response to calls from ministers of climate vulnerable countries, such as the Caribbean SIDS, on understanding the funds with a view to actually improving access to the available funds for climate ambition. The second point, it goes to what Yoshitomo just said, Japan just said, about the importance of all of the environmental funds working, coordinating together in order to drive our shared vision of a healthy planet. That's what I called all of the funds and organizations that have a stake in a healthy planet working as a system. So later this month, as I said, I'll go to the GCF board and also reinforce the same points about access issues, especially for Caribbean SIDS and PICs and so on and so forth. And also all of the funds, the importance of all of the funds working together as a system. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I made a mistake before in the order. First is Tanya, then Marita. So Tanya, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, William. Can you hear me well? Yes, very good. Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel and Chizuru, for your introductions. Our constituency welcomes the collaboration between the GEF and the GCF to prepare the joint long-term vision of complementarity and the planned next steps, including the establishment of a joint steering committee. Defining specific areas of cooperation can lead to further efficiency and effectiveness at all levels in these two complementary funds. In particular, we welcome the concrete suggestion to enhance coordination and collaboration at the national level to facilitate easy access by countries for support and financing most suited for their needs. We continuously emphasize enhancing capacity in LDCs in order to them to access the GEF financing better. We would like to ask if capacity building initiatives could be done jointly between the GEF and the GCF in LDCs. It is important that the GEF will enhance broad coordination and collaboration also with other funds, and we would like to ask whether there are similar plans with other funds in the future. And finally, we can support the amendments proposed by Switzerland. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marita is next, followed by Matthew. Marita, you have the floor. We can't hear you, Marita. Are you muted?
Can you hear me now?
Now, yes, thank you.
Yeah, I somehow I was lost the connection. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we
yes,
can
we
hear
can hear
you.
you. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much. As I said before, we welcome this long-term vision and would encourage you to continue deepening this collaboration. I will not repeat all the comments I already made, but I would like to support the draft, the proposed amendment to the draft decision made by Switzerland. I would also like to support the comments by France that we should also look at, cooperation at thematic operational level. I also support the comments made by Gabriela on operations and on capacity building by Finland. I have a few questions, and one of them is, how could the GEF and GCF jointly contribute to strengthen policy coherence at country level and facilitate an increase in national resource mobilization? And I was also wondering whether you already have identified countries that you where you intend to do a coordinated financing. Last question, will the integrated programs be part of this cooperation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Matthew, followed by Victoria. Matthew, you have the floor.
Great, thank you, William. So we appreciate the continued and deepening collaboration between the GEF and the GCF. And in here, I'd really like to thank Carlos Manuel for his focus on this issue from the beginning of his tenure. It's an important issue and very much appreciated. For us, it is essential to ensure that donor resources are utilized effectively across these institutions in a manner that is coherent and complementary. And this long-term vision is a solid start towards that end. It presents good opportunities to generate enhanced outcomes, building on the respective strengths of these two institutions. We look forward to the annual joint progress report on this effort, as well as the proposed study of processes and policies. I'd like to echo the question others have posed about whether there are plans to do something similar with other funds. And I'll just note we can support Switzerland's proposed amendment to the decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Victoria has the floor, followed by Marta.
Thank you. Many thanks also from our constituency for this document and for the introductions to Carlos Manuel and to Trisuro. We welcome the document, and we find it very important that there is a common long-term vision between the GEF and the GCF. In this context, we believe that the document provides a very good starting point, and we support the proposed way forward, including the steering committee, the joint updates, etc. At the same time, we feel that the document still remains a bit general, and going forward, We would like to see a bit more emphasis on how to better distribute labor between the two bodies, on how to improve the real coordination on the ground, how to avoid competition and duplication, and how to do this in a strategic manner with a focus on the respective comparative advantages of the institutions. And this so especially in light of the limited resources that are available. And finally, as others have said, would also be interested to hear whether there are plans to do something similar with other funds, as we also think that the coordination goes beyond the GCF and extends to other environmental funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Marta, you have the floor, followed by Renato.
Thank you, Chair. I will intervene in Spanish. Quisiera primero de todo agradecer especialmente a los CEOs, tanto del Fondo Verde como de GEF, para elaborar este documento, porque es de gran importancia para nosotros, no solamente para un poco potenciar las complementariedades y la colaboración y la coherencia, especialmente teniendo en cuenta que esto es incluso más relevante y más necesario ahora, pues como el propio documento destaca, las actividades del GEF y en particular del Fondo Verde se van más allá del propio mandato que tiene de cambio climático, y eso va a hacer incluso más relevante este informe. Y de estos tres aspectos quería destacar el aspecto de la coherencia, que para nosotros es importantísimo, porque para ello es necesario que ambas instituciones trabajen en el mismo sentido. Y en esta cuestión vemos muy relevante el rol de los propios países, no solamente para potenciar la ownership, que es lo que ha destacado Suiza en su intervención, también porque ellos al final tienen una visión clara y definida hacia dónde quieren potenciar las inversiones en su país. Por ello queríamos preguntar en qué medida se va a potenciar esta coherencia a través de los países, de los puntos focales y las autoridades nacionales designadas en el caso del Fondo Verde. Y en este caso también creemos que podrían tener un rol relevante en el caso del estudio. Por otro lado, también quería agradecer la propuesta de Suiza, que también consideramos importante este Steering Committee, así como potenciar acciones concretas, y por ello queríamos apoyar la propuesta de Suiza. Y por último, también destacar este estudio que vemos muy relevante, muy necesario, y queríamos preguntar si hay un roadmap, o sea, unas fechas concretas para su publicación y qué cuestiones se van a abordar, y también en qué medida se podría ampliar los temas a abordar, porque quizás hay áreas en las que ambas instituciones podrían hacer un trabajo conjunto para fomentar cuestiones que al menos para nosotros son muy importantes, como es la involucración del sector privado o fomentar la innovación. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Renato, followed by Antonella. Renato, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. I would like to start just to thanking Chizuru for the beautiful presentation, and especially thank you, Carlos Manuel, for bringing this topic to discussion here. On behalf of the constituents of Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador, I would like to thank the Secretariat for presenting this document. We see with optimism the strengthening cooperation between these two funding agencies taking into account their respective mandates and different governance, and look forward to seeing the partnership starting to solidify over time. On this partnership, I would like to make three brief remarks. First, we think that GEF and GCF should try to find, beyond those areas that have been described on the long-term vision document, the collaboration path in ways to enhance country ownership. This could be explored, for example, bringing together this to the same ship as appropriate GEF's operation focal points and GCF national designated authorities, exploring complementarities between GEF's direct access and GCF direct access and readiness program, besides the project preparation facility. In the case of Brazil, for example, there has been a good coordination between RED Plus project financed by GCF, it's called Floresta Mais, and a project funded by GEF, the Amazon Sustainable Landscape. The synergy between these two projects have been absolutely crucial for achieving good results, and we'll be happy to share more details if needed. Second, GEF could explore ways to partner with GCF in funding RED Plus projects. as the GCF pilot projects on result-based payment has exhausted and a new phase is still under discussion on GCF. GEF could also play an important role in this area, helping countries in their commitments under the UNFCCC Warsaw framework. And finally, a partnership with GCF could help GEF 8 negotiations to scale up contribution to climate change focal area, which has suffered from a decrease in resources since the GEF 5. And I'll stop here. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Antonella, followed by Liesl. Antonella, you have the floor.
Hola, muy buenos días, muy buenas tardes y muy buenas noches a todos. En primer lugar, me gustaría agradecer la elaboración de este documento y principalmente a Chizuru por haberlo presentado. Desde la circunscripción Cono Sur, la verdad que damos la bienvenida a esta búsqueda de sinergias, tanto entre el GEF como en el GCF, desde ya siempre respetando los respectivos mandatos dispuestos por los instrumentos de gobierno de ambos fondos. Me gustaría acompañar lo mencionado por Gabriela sobre la importancia de que al momento en la búsqueda de sinergias entre ambos fondos se cuenten con políticas claras para poder facilitar el acceso a los países receptores a justamente estas sinergias y principalmente promover el apoyo a los puntos focales para que estén preparados llegado el momento. También me parece importante que de cara a esta visión a largo plazo siempre se mantenga informado el Consejo, por lo cual en ese sentido agradecemos que eso sea de esta manera. Y también me parece importante que, ya que esta visión a largo plazo es muy interesante tenerla, digamos, con el GCF, tal vez se podrían explorar futuras visiones a largo plazo con otros fondos, como por ejemplo el Fondo de Adaptación. Habría que evaluar si también corresponde con el protocolo de Montreal, si bien hoy el protocolo de Montreal está con la enmienda de Kigali, que en concreto busca la eliminación de los HFCs, que tienen gran potencial de calentamiento global. Tal vez esa puede ser otra opción, pero bueno, menciono el Fondo de Adaptación porque es un fondo que ya tiene muchos intercambios con el GEF. Después, comentarios específicos para nosotros importantes desde la circunscripción. Coincidimos tanto con Renato y con Marta que en esta búsqueda de sinergias también se busque justamente promover la implementación del principio Country Ownership. Para nosotros es muy importante porque ha demostrado muchísimos beneficios para los países receptores, se empodera a los países para desarrollar capacidades nacionales, para enfrentar los desafíos ambientales, también se desarrollan capacidades institucionales, eso es fundamental, esas capacidades quedan en nuestros países y nos permiten responder a los objetivos de los convenios ambientales financiados por el GEF. Sobre los ejemplos propuestos en el documento, acompañamos lo mencionado por Brasil. Nos parece muy importante poder explorar la posibilidad de sinergias respecto a la iniciativa Red Plus. Esta ha sido una iniciativa que ha traído muy buenos resultados y resultados concretos bajo el programa piloto establecido en el Fondo Verde para el Clima, con beneficios ambientales específicos, no solo para combatir la crisis climática, como mencionaba Alain, principal objetivo del Fondo Verde para el Clima, pero sino también para poder preservar nuestros bosques nativos y principalmente la conservación de la biodiversidad. Creemos que el GEF puede jugar un rol importante en la búsqueda de sinergias con la iniciativa Red Plus, más puntualmente que actualmente la Junta del Fondo Verde para el Clima está discutiendo si eventualmente se establece una segunda fase piloto de este programa o una ventanilla específica. Me parece que la búsqueda de sinergias en ese asunto puede llegar a ser muy útil e importante para todos. Y bueno, nada más, hasta acá llegué. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Next speaker is Liesl, followed by Cordula. Liesl, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Our constituency very much appreciates the presentation of this document and thanks the two secretariats for the joint effort and Carlos's support in getting it online. Going forward, we support the ideas proposed of the long-term vision and look forward to the reporting at the next council meeting. In connection with that, we would like to support the proposed changes from Switzerland. We have a few specific comments, although many of them been already mentioned. I would just like to reiterate a couple of them. The pilot coordinated engagement strategy seems to have created some very interesting lessons and results on complementarity between the two funds. But right now, I think we would like more information on how the funds plan to build on these, scale up and disseminate the lessons learned. We would appreciate elaboration on what is meant by facilitation of national investment planning and support collaborating financing platforms. Also more information on how flagship collaboration will work and how shared methodologies would relate to the existing methodologies within both funds. We applaud plans to enhance cooperation between national focal points and to coordinate country consultations and missions. The GCF strengths, such as the country-driven approach and readiness support, are key and contain great opportunities for future collaboration. We welcome coordinated support specifically around private sector programming and information sharing on promoting gender-responsive actions. We would also like to see specific collaboration regarding portfolio and results management, which is very important to our constituency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cordula, followed by Laverne. Cordula, you have the floor.
Thank you. Well, we welcome GEF's efforts to promote synergies between the various conventions and for increased complementarity and cooperation with a view to maximizing efficiency of spending, including with regard to other relevant international institutions. In this context, we appreciate the joint effort of GEF and GCF to develop a long-term vision on complementarity of action. On the Ldcf, we very much welcome the suggested objectives. We specifically want to highlight the points on coordinating support of major initiatives and programming. It is crucial that both funds work complementarily on programs. Like others, we would appreciate further information how GEF and GCF will coordinate and work together on country programs, in addition to the initiatives and larger project engagement mentioned. We also look forward to the list of activities and programs each fund will prioritize, delineating clearly where each fund can be active in order to avoid duplication is very important. In this regard, we welcome examples like for the GCF to work on blue carbon, while the GEF focuses on marine biodiversity and blue economy. Like others, we would also support streamlining of policies and safeguards. Finally, we would also encourage GEF and GCF secretariats to consider how scaling up of certain projects may work between the funds, as well as how different supportive programs, such as the readiness window and the country support program, the non-grant instrument and the private sector facility would work together. We are supportive of the suggestion of creating a steering group, reporting back to both boards and commissioning a study to further identify recommendations on complementarity. We explicitly support the Swiss text amendment. And like others, and maybe as a next step, we would like to see stronger cooperation with other funds, for example, the LDC and the Ldcf and the Adaptation Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Laverne, followed by Ben. Laverne, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. Thank you, colleagues. Although the Caribbean constituency recognizes the need to facilitate synergistic relationships with other mechanisms, the member states would not want the GEF to be overshadowed by the enormity of the institution of the GCF. It is important to highlight that the GEF is a financing mechanism for several MEAs, and it is the assistance that has been provided by the GEF over the past 30 years, which has provided the strong foundation on which countries can further scale up initiatives or choose to leverage the GEF resources to access GCF funding to advance critical initiatives in the achievement of the global objectives. The GCF does have a wider financing coverage in areas that the GEF may not, particularly as it relates to the advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which encompasses the SDGs. We acknowledge that both institutions are committed to country-owned and driven planning and program development. The GEF has a unique structure through its country support program, which allows ongoing regular communication between its OFPs and PFPs through the creation of constituencies. This approach has proven beneficial in ensuring increased collaboration and unity of position. However, it is important to note that the GCF does not have such a structure. And in some countries, the GEF OFPs and PFPs are not affiliated with the GCF NDA. Therefore, an effective communication and cooperation arrangement mechanism will be required to ensure that all parties are aware of and in agreement with the way forward as this process to promote complementarity, coherence, and collaboration is advanced, as well as to support ongoing work to ensure synergies, avoid duplication of effort, and facilitate a community of practice between regional and technical personnel. Although expectant in regard to opportunities that may arise from this collaboration as it pertains to leveraging of resources, the Caribbean constituency would not want this to impact the various windows available to SIDS, such as the SARE allocation, thereby reducing access by countries within the constituency categorized as middle to high income based on the metric of GDP per capita, which by no means captures the environmental and sustainability issues that plague these countries. Member states contribute the least to the effects of climate change but suffer the severity of the impacts, which include hurricanes that continue to increase in strength and prolonged drought conditions and increase in sea level, which reduces access to water in regards to quantity and quality, both of which have far-reaching effects on the quality of life, particularly during a pandemic. The Caribbean constituency looks forward to continued consultation as this process continues and the resultant reports. And I'm going to just take a few minutes to go off script here to thank Canada for their support and for the advocacy that they will put to the board in regards to access. I want to highlight that it's not just about access, but the type of access. We're in a region where that is the most heavily indebted region. And this is not due to mismanagement, as sometimes is part of the discussion. We're in a region that is impacted on an annual basis by severe hurricanes. I think in my lifetime, I have seen more hurricanes at increasing strength than my parents and my grandparents. And I've had a grandparent who lived past 100 years. So that tells you something. And so when you continue to have to invest funds in order to rebuild, you have to combat the shocks of economic and financial meltdowns. We're now in a pandemic, and as I sit here, we're now in the 2021 hurricane season. And so we are bracing ourselves for anything. And St. Kitts and Nevis is currently in a surge in regards to community spread for the pandemic, which we did not have before over the past few weeks. And so I'm just emphasizing the point that it's not purely the access, but the type of access that we receive, because we ourselves have put projects forward in concept note, and some of the feedback that we have received has basically wound certain things to a halt. And now we have to reassess and reevaluate, because regardless of how low the interest rate is, if you say you're giving us a loan, it is still a loan, it must be repaid, and we must find a way to service it, which creates a unique challenge. And so I just wanted to emphasize those points that are critical to the region as Canada advocates on our behalf. And again, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Ben, followed by Annalisa. Ben, you have the floor.
Many thanks, William, and many thanks to Carlos Manuel for the introduction, and also Chiz for your presentation. That was very helpful. Firstly, just to say that we of course recognize the important roles that both the GEF and the GCF play in the international climate and environment architecture. It's important that GEF and GCF continue to build on their complementary roles, and as such, we very much welcome this effort to further clarify those complementary roles and improve collaboration between the two agencies. As others have said, it's important to recognize that through this process, to continue to further that clarification of the different functions of GCF and GEF, with GCF, for example, providing financing at scale through mobilizing large-scale blended finance for climate change, whereas GEF, as discussed yesterday in the discussion on innovation, is providing finance at an earlier piloting, testing stage and supporting the enabling environment, which GCF and others subsequently scale up. Ultimately, complementarity and distinction will become clearer through clear distinctions and clarity in fund strategies, policies, investment criteria, and results being delivered and reported on. It's important to continue to increase the coordination also at country level between the GCF NDA and GEF OFPs, but also other focal points such as conventional focal points. A question, if useful to understand what the timescale or shelf life is for the long-term vision and options for review and update. And finally, just to say that we look forward to further reporting on this in subsequent meetings, and we also agree with the amendment from Switzerland. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Annalisa, followed by Ornella. Annalisa, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. We appreciate very much the coming up of the document or a roadmap, which is a very important reference document to address the ever-evolving green and climate financing landscape in developing countries, such as in our constituency. We believe that this will benefit our constituency in addressing country-level challenges, particularly number one, on streamlining the process of accessing green and climate finance with overlapping investment priorities, and B, on maximizing access and allocation to both funds and blending financing sources both for the public and private sectors. We have some recommendations. Number one, on objective 1.3, develop a list of activities or programs each fund will prioritize. On page 8, we suggest that we include the need to revisit and harmonize investment framework criteria and indicators for both funds. Number 2, on objective 1.4, on supporting collaborating financing platforms, we suggest that we clarify the needed operational mechanism. We support the recommendation of the Switzerland to come up with a joint steering committee. We can also define the priorities under both funds. For example, in terms of supporting MEA conventions, how will each fund support NDC enhancement and reporting obligations to Paris Agreement, as mentioned in the sharing last night. And then on the identified coordinative and collaborative programming strategies, sharing of lessons, communication and outreach, we think that these are necessary to enable recipient countries to ensure synergy and complementation of resources being made available and maximize and optimize the benefits we get. So we look forward to more progress in the annual joint report of both GEF and GCF secretariats and our opportunity to participate in future analytical works and studies in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ornella, followed by Maria from the CSO network. So Ornella, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. I don't want to repeat and to take more time the other colleagues, and I just want to say congratulations to both secretariats and to congratulate William and Yannick for this new vision in the funds, because it's really important for our recipient countries, the collaboration at the center. And then in our reality, it should be better and better results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maria from the CSO network, followed by Jean Lu. Maria.
Gracias, Carlos Manuel, por introducir este tema. Gracias, Chizuru. Muy buenos días a todos. Buenas tardes y buenas noches. Desde la red de sociedad civil del GEF, damos la bienvenida a esta visión de largo plazo, que consideramos un elemento definitorio para la participación activa de las comunidades locales, de la sociedad civil y también de los pueblos indígenas. Desde la visión a largo plazo, y vemos cómo es el mapa de ruta, ofrecemos nuestra colaboración en la definición de cómo va a ser la participación activa del rol que tendrá la sociedad civil, y también formar parte desde el inicio de esta importante idea de trabajar juntos y definir las líneas que son esenciales hacia el financiamiento. También comparto con ustedes una iniciativa que se ha llevado a cabo, donde la red de sociedad civil de GEF también forma parte, que es el SAN, que comparto ahora en el chat también todo lo que se ha logrado en más de 2 años de trabajo. Sobre todo para mirar la lista de prioridades, que es lo que establece el documento, cuáles son la línea de tiempo en donde vamos a poder estar y participar, y si se prevé un comité, también formar parte de él para poder dar todo lo que el aporte de la sociedad civil global puede dar. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Next speaker is Jean Lu, followed by Richard. Jean Lu, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, William, and also thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I just have a couple of brief comments. First, we welcome enhanced GEF GCF collaboration under the guidance of relevant scopes and in response to needs of developing countries. Since the visions and the missions of the GEF and the GCF are partially shared but mutually reinforcing, we welcome the long-term vision for promoting GCF-GEF complementarity, coherence, and collaboration. Second, we can see that there are differences between GEF and GCF in terms of governance structure, focused areas, and the business model. So we therefore hope that GCF and GCF could further strengthen cooperation and collaboration in promoting sustainable, resilient, and inclusive green development on the basis of respecting each other's difference and leveraging their comparative advantages. During this process, developing countries' opinions should be taken into full consideration. Lastly, regarding the proposed establishment of a joint steering committee, we are of the view that we still need to hear feedback from GCF board before jumping to any decisions. Given the potential diversified opinions from GCF board members, we should be cautious on this proposal. I can stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Richard, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. We support the proposal for the long-term vision for the looking at complementarity between the GEF and the GCF. I think this is a fantastic idea, and I want to give special recognition for Carlos Manuel for taking this forward. It's one of the first things he said he was going to do when he came into the new role. So thank you very much for that. We support the Swiss proposal. Just a couple of comments in relation to the proposal. First of all, it'd be useful from our perspective to have some recognition or analysis of potential risk points associated with it, or at least identification of what those are and how they will be managed. Some things that come to mind are around the potential harmonisation that might have a detrimental impact for SIDS and LDCs in the context of capacity, and also the recognition of the differentials in scale, as was mentioned by the UK, and how that might impact on different processes. For example, looking at accreditation issues and how that could benefit or be detrimental through that harmonisation process. So it could swing both ways, but I think this process should draw out the best of the potential integration between the two multilateral funds. I think it's also worth, without being too ambitious, but I think it'll be useful to look at other multilateral funds on a selective basis where there may be potential synergies. And without being prescriptive, one of the potential opportunities would be around ProBlue, who's operating in similar space in the ocean. But there are other potential opportunities out there. I'm not suggesting the scale of that the analysis equivalent to being that of the GCF-GEF collaboration, but I think it's just searching out on a selective basis for targeted complementarity could be useful. And like others have said, we'll be interested in further reporting on this and how this progresses over time. I think this offers tremendous value and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Nuruddin from Russia has requested the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good time of the day.
I also join other colleagues in thanking the CEO, Carlos Manuel, and the Secretariat of the GEF and the GCF for the bright ideas for long-term vision in general. Really, when we are talking about the necessity to join efforts in making our planet better, it is necessary in the situation when there is the scarcity of finance to join the efforts and to use the best competitiveness of both the financial institutions and if the GEF has now 30 years already history, the GCF is on the run and developing. And in general, I think that it is as an idea, as a vision, really can be only welcomed. At the same time, when we are looking more thoroughly into the proposal actions, I think that we need to be very cautious. Why? First of all, there is the chance, at least when we discussed initially, that the GCF by its volume and purely climate-oriented can suppress the resources which are being considered and allocated for other conventions and for other focus areas like biodiversity, others. Definitely now the climate is in the top of the agenda of all the government institutions, but at the same time, when we are coming to the particularities, there is a different government agencies responsible for the GEF environment and climate change policy implementation. Sometimes the climate policy implementation is mostly now being devoted to the economic agencies, ministries, and the institutions. It is becoming more economic. And when we're talking about the GEF and we're talking more about the environment and all the conventions we're in charge. Next is, of course, definitely the necessity not to stop, but move further on. In this regard, I think that the Swiss proposal in general is the proposal in the proper direction. But at the same time, excuse my English, if we are talking about the Joint Steering Committee, it is something which is something already being decided by both the financial institutions. Maybe it will be more proper to talk about the task force or task group, which will be in the position to prepare the report to the council, because we are in the process of getting more information and imagination about the proposal of this long-term vision. And since the sensitivity of a number of issues which are already being raised by several of my colleagues in the council, I think we really need to move further on, to be very cautious, result-oriented, and to be guided by the principle not to make harm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jean has requested the floor. Jean, vous avez la parole. Jean, vous êtes là?
La parole m'est donnée?
Oui, oui, allez-y, s'il vous plaît.
Ah, ok, merci beaucoup. Merci. Je suis Jeanne du Bénin et je suis de la circonscription côtière ouest africaine. Et donc, je parle au nom de la Sierra Leone, du Libéria, du Ghana, du Nigeria, de la Guinée, de la Côte d'Ivoire, du Bénin et du Togo. Je salue tous les collègues. Bonjour, bonsoir à tout le monde et merci pour le travail important qui est effectué. Notre circonscription apprécie les efforts de complémentarité et de cohérence et nous supportons l'idée émanant des pays sollicitant que le Fonds vert climat puisse financer des projets qui vont au-delà du climat. Nous adhérons aussi à ce que les ressources soient réservées aux pays en développement dans le cadre du LTV. Et nous voudrions aussi, nous apprécions les progrès connus dans le cadre du jumelage de ces deux fonds et nous plaçons un grand espoir dans les perspectives émises à travers le suivi strict de la feuille de route. Enfin, nous souhaiterions que ce processus soit accéléré en vue de mettre au service des pays ces sources de financement. Et nous souhaiterions aussi faire partie, que notre circonscription puisse faire partie des pays qui bénéficient des financements pilotes de ce jumelage, du jumelage de ce fonds. Nous souhaiterions enfin que dans les financements de ces fonds jumelés, qu'une attention particulière soit accordée aux pays en voie de développement. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. That ends the list of speakers. Back to Mette.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all these comments and questions to the long-term vision. I will now invite Carlos Manuel to respond to the questions, please.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mette, and thanks to all council members for their comments and questions. I will do my best on the very tight time to answer all of them. First, let me explain why I call it, or we call it, the long-term vision. We're turning 30 years. We need to think and look long-term. But I would like to go through my very personal experience on working with GEF and the Green Climate Fund. During the GEF pilot phase in GEF 1, I was the director of protected areas in Costa Rica, and we did with the GEF funds a project of biological corridors. We established 67 biological corridors. We put the science, we created capacities, and it was very successful. Then in GEF 2, I was the Minister of Environment, 1998, and we thought on creating with GEF resources a financial mechanism to consolidate the biological corridors. And we came with the idea of the payment for environmental services way before anybody else. The implementing agency was the World Bank, and to make this a impactful project, I asked the government for a loan with the World Bank. So the GEF resources, the $8 million that we put for the PS was joined by a $48 million loan. I had to go through the Ministry of Finance and through Congress. And we did a fabulous program for environmental services, payment for environmental services, looking to revert the rate of deforestation. In that project, we put a tax on fossil fuels. So we created the financial sustainability of the program. Then in 2002, as minister in another government, during GEF 3, I designed, with support of UNDP and GEF, a payment for environmental services, paying carbon services in indigenous communities, which are the largest owners of forests in Costa Rica and the poorest social sector in the country. And we were very successful. Then many years later, 2018, as a minister again, I was attending COP24, yes, in Katowice, and I was invited by Naoko Ishii and Howard Dempsey, then director of the Green Climate Fund, where they explained to a group of ministers the interest to create a program by which GEF and the Green Climate Fund can collaborate. And of course, many ideas came to my mind. And I pitched them a very ambitious program, which is a RED Plus for performance-based initiative for indigenous communities. At the same time that Brazil was working on the Floresta Mais, we did the same thing. We did a $67 million project that was approved by the Green Climate Fund last November. Is being implemented now. $63 million payment for environmental services in indigenous communities. Great Green Climate Fund. That project wouldn't be possible without all the investment that Costa Rica did with the GEF resources. So as I came in to the GEF, I had very clear that we need to go from just collaborating into a more strategic approach based on a long-term vision where we can maximize the synergies and the opportunities with all funds. And there was already happening a very interesting conversation. So here we are very close to beginning a new chapter, very challenging, but also with high optimism on how these funds can really complement. At the same time, we're having similar conversations with the adaptation fund and with the climate investment funds in the World Bank. I do have particular interest in FIP, the Forest Investment Program, because I was an expert forester in the technical team when that forest fund was created, and they got a very interesting experiences in REDD+, particularly the dedicated mechanism for indigenous communities, very interesting mechanism. So yes, we are also working with the other funds in doing similar approaches. The objective is to maximize the synergies and also to give countries the capacity to plan on the long term. You know, the GEF can be on the ground relatively quickly with a stronger network with the agencies and with the science and in those very strong partnerships. And here's where the Green Climate Fund comes in and does the amplification. We've been, as it was indicated by Cheese, we have a steering committee and we need to work on the follow-up and the implementation. We expect to have very clear products in terms of a roadmap and a workup program to be announced in COP26. I think that's the right venue to do that. And as soon as we got the green light from the council, we will be working on that element, which is extremely important. This will give us the possibility to assist countries in that long-term planning where they can understand the role, the specific strategic role that the GEF plays and the Green Climate plays as well. We will, for us, is very strategic to be working in areas that do get generated us the real possibilities to prove the concept. The green Great Wall, I mean, it's an excellent example. We have invested around $800 million so far there, and the Green Climate Fund is coming with their partners and their capacities to do the amplification and consolidation. There are other regions like the Congo Basin countries, the Amazon Basin countries. My region, Central America, generates a lot of very interesting enabling conditions from the institutional policy point of view. Ornella is calling my attention of the high potential to use the Mediterranean area as another very good example of a region that has the proper conditions to really maximize the possibility of both funds. I welcome all the observations made by Switzerland with regards to the very specific elements that Gabriela expressed. We will be working on reporting to Council, but I would like to be reporting throughout the year on the many different milestones that we will be setting ourselves. And yes, of course, in my conversations with Yannick, the topic of policy coherence and mobilization of resources from all sources is extremely important. We both understand that the way to do the system change requires a very clear, straightforward approach on generating conditions for more coherence in how government plan and assign public resources, as well as our investments need to target financial mechanisms by which domestic resources are used on a more strategic manner. So I will stop here and pass it over to Chief for final comments. Thank you so much, Mette.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel, and thank you, co-chair. And first, I'd like to say thank you very much for all the positive feedback as well as comments. And as Carlos Manuel said, this is a roadmap. this is a start, and we're actually very excited to be able to embark on this new phase of partnership with the GCF and with countries. And I'd like to respond to a number of questions that have been raised, and Carlos Manuel has already touched up upon many of them. So just to complement what he said, there were questions about the national planning and whether the countries have been selected already. At this point, no countries have been selected. This is going to be done on a country-driven manner, and it's going to be done upon request. So we will be following the principle of country-drivenness as we move forward, and it is going to be based on what countries would want to come and be part of the journey on the how the two funds can work together in terms of putting together an investment plan. There was a number of questions to really better articulate lessons learned, as well as concrete results emerging from the pilot coordinated engagement. And thank you for that comment. And we do believe that the lessons learned will be really helping to inform the activities under this long-term vision. And we will pull additional information as well as more detailed analysis on that to go to the respective boards in the next joint report to be submitted to the GEF and GCF governance body. There were also questions related, and I think Carlos Manuel already highlighted, whether this is going to go beyond the GEF and GCF. Just to let you know, we've already started conversations with other funds, and as part of efforts done by GCF as well as other funds, there are ongoing conversations going on with a number of funds such as CIFS and Adaptation Fund on ways to enhance coordination as well as joint work. And we will also build on and redouble those efforts to make sure that there is much more clarity as well as agreed way forward among the funds on the issues of importance of complementarity and coherence that have been raised here. Question on capacity building. I think a number of countries raised it. Very important. And we will make sure that the elements related to capacity building, as well as sharing of information, most urgent and most current and concise information to countries will be conducted through the long-term vision. And we do take your point about the needs to ensure that there is good coverage, if you will, and attention paid to the LDCs and CIS and other vulnerable contexts. And we have included those in the long-term vision, and we want to make sure that we will follow through on that. I think I will stop there. Okay. Oh, I just wanted to highlight one more thing, if I may. So there was a good comment from the CSO representative about the engagement of civil society. We're committed to do so. And as you know, the GEF and GCF are also operating as a financial mechanism for UNCCC as well as Paris Agreement. And in terms of the engagement of civil society, indigenous peoples, there are very clear Paris Agreement elements related to how to engage with them. And we will, of course, be following the Paris Agreement decisions on their engagement as well as stakeholder approaches to make sure that we are altogether contributing to the goals of the Paris Agreement as well as the convention. So I will stop right there and turn it back to the co-chair.
Thank you so much, Chiz. My final comment, Mette, is that I see that there's an interest in Red Plus in our council. And this is a conversation that I have had with Yannick, Green Climate Fund, a lot. The Green Climate Fund has Red Clause project, as I said, in Costa Rica and Brazil, but also in Chile, Indonesia, Ecuador, Colombia. My conversation goes to the fact that the funds are paying $5 per ton, and $5 per ton will not change behaviors. Just to give you an example, in Costa Rica, it costs us $17 to offset a ton of carbon. If Red Plus should be a economic driver, a potential market that matches the cost of opportunity of doing the cattle ranching or the wrong things in the landscape, we need to address the market failure and the issue of prices. Otherwise, we will never stop global deforestation. That is why having a compelling agreement on Article 6 in COP26 can create the proper conditions. So this is the kind of conversation that we have with the Green Climate Fund in the context of this LTV that will create very interesting conditions for long-term investment that will do the system change. This is what we want. So this is just another very concrete example of the things that we have in our conversations with our friends from the Green Climate Fund. Thank you, Mette. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chizuru and Carlos Manuel, for responding to the questions and comments from the Council. We have heard broad support for the long-term vision for cooperation and collaboration between the GEF and the GCF. And I see no more requests for the floor, and our discussion is completed. I will now invite the Council to adopt the draft decision included in document GEF 60/08 with the amendments that has been proposed by Switzerland and distributed to all Council members and alternates. I cannot see any objections to approve the decision as outlined, and the decision is so approved. Thank you very much, Council. And now I will hand the floor back to Carlos Manuel and the Secretariat to guide us further on the agenda. Carlos, please.
Well, thank you so much, Mette. And with this, we finish all pending agenda items from agenda item number 16, carrying on from yesterday to today. Now we will go on to agenda item number 17, which is strengthening consultations with civil society.
Sorry, Carlos Manuel. Because of time constraints, we need to move to do the
yes,
SRC report first, if you don't mind. Then
okay, yes,
then we
you're
can come
right.
back.
Yes, excuse me. Thanks, William, for the guidance. So we'll go to agenda item 18, which is report of the selection and review committee. I would like to invite Matthew Harsager, chair of the SRC committee, to make an oral report. Matthew, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel. I'm Matthew Harsager. I'm the U.S. Council member and the current chair of the Selection and Review Committee. I'm joined today by my other colleagues on the SRC, Ms. Ornella Kuchi of Albania, Ms. Hoda El Shawadfi of Egypt, Mr. Rajesh Kular of India, Mr. Yoshitomo Kondo of Japan, and Ms. Carola van Rienswever of the Netherlands. For those of you who may be new to the Council, I'll just briefly introduce the SRC and what it does. The SRC was established in 2009. It includes 3 donor country representatives and 3 recipient country representatives. SRC members serve for 3-year terms. And the SRC has 2 main functions. First, to oversee the processes for appointing and reappointing the GEF CEO and the IEO director. And second, to agree with the GEF CEO and the IEO director on their performance objectives for the fiscal year, and to then review their performance on an annual basis and recommend a performance rating to the GEF Council using the World Bank Group's performance rating scale. Now, normally, due to the confidential nature of SRC business, SRC meetings are held in executive session, but today we are meeting during the regular council meeting to discuss a procedural matter only. We will not be discussing anything of substance related to the actual performance reviews. And before we move on to the main item, I would like to note that Carola has informed us that this will be her last GEF Council meeting. So the Council will therefore need to appoint a new SRC member. We'll follow up with the Council on this matter intercessionally. And I would like to very much thank Carola for being a great colleague, and we wish her all the best in her new position. Now, moving on to the main item, as we communicated to the Council a couple of weeks ago, the SRC has learned that the World Bank will resume its managerial impact assessments this summer, having temporarily suspended them last year due to COVID-related disruptions. Both the GEF CEO and IEO director will participate in the impact assessment, which will cover the FY 2021 performance period, which runs from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. And in the past, the SRC and the Council have used these impact reports in their performance evaluations of the CEO and the IEO director. So as occurred in 2019 and last year, the timing of the impact assessments will thus require some adjustments to the GEF Council's performance evaluation schedule. The impact assessment by the bank will launch in June, and the final reports will be ready in August. And the impact assessment is sort of a World Bank-wide process. It's managed by an outside firm, so it's not possible to accelerate it just for the GEF CEO and the IEO director. Thus, since not all of the supporting documentation for the performance evaluation process that we, the SRC and the Council do, since that's not all available at this time, the SRC is not in a position yet to provide the Council with its recommendations for performance ratings for the CEO and the IEO director. Additionally, the World Bank has told us that they expect the timing of these impact assessments to now be the same every year going forward, with the impact reports delivered in August of each year. And so the SRC believes it no longer makes sense to schedule the end of year performance assessments and ratings in June, as we have traditionally done. In light of this, the SRC wishes to recommend the following decision to the Council, which is the Council, having received an oral report from the SRC and taking into account changes in the timing of relevant World Bank supporting documentation, 1, requests the SRC to present the performance evaluations and performance rating recommendations of the IEO director and the GEF CEO for the Council's review at its 61st meeting, once all required supporting documentation becomes available. And second, requests the SRC to permanently reset its annual performance evaluation schedule such that mid-year SRC reports are presented to the Council at its first meeting of the year, and the end-year reports and rating recommendations are presented at its second meeting. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions and look forward to any comments you may have. Back to you, Carlos Manuel.
Thank you so much, Matthew, for your report. With this, I would like to open the floor for Council for any questions and comments to Matthew. William? Anybody?
Yes, thank you. Nobody on the list yet. Please note, just circulated the text as read out by Matthew, so you all have it in front of you.
Okay. So there are no speakers on the list. I would like to invite Council to adopt the decision that was just read by Matthew. I see no objections. We adopt the decision. Thank you so much, Matthew. Thanks for that. And with this, we will go back to agenda item number 17, strengthening consultation with civil society. Proposed topic for discussion at the consultations prior to the 61st GEF Council meeting. I will give the floor to my co-chair to lead on this agenda item. Mete, over to you.
Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel, and also for introducing the agenda item 17. This regards the topic to be addressed at the GEF consultation with the civil society preceding our next meeting in December 2021. And the proposed topic is engaging youth in promoting GEF's mission And I will invite Françoise to introduce the background document GEF/C60/07. Françoise, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. This paper responds to the Council-approved updated vision to enhance civil society engagement with the GEF. Regarding the participation of civil society in Council and consultations, the updated vision states that Council will invite CSOs to present on specific topics during the consultations with CSOs that precedes Council twice a year. The CSO Day event, as it is known, is intended to highlight and share the implementation experience of local CSOs. This paper presents to the decision of Council a single topic that Council may select to be discussed at the consultation preceding the 61st Council meeting in December of this year, 2021. In June 2022, alongside the Assembly and as per tradition, a civil society forum will be held with a different format, which is why we are presenting a single topic for selection this time. The Council may select the proposed topic or, of course, suggest any other topic of its choice. The proposed topic, as mentioned, is engaging the youth in promoting GEF mission, youth-led advocacy and solutions to the planet's environmental crisis. It is proposed, thus, that the GEF consultations with civil society and indigenous people and local communities will focus on engaging youth and addressing the role of young people as advocates, as leaders, as innovators in solutions, in proposing solutions to the environmental challenges that our planet faces. The GEF plans to invite young activists, indigenous youth representatives and youth-led groups, CSOs and CBOs and women and IPLC groups to share experience from around the world, including environmental advocacy at the local, regional, and global level, and actions and innovative strategies to address climate change, biodiversity loss, chemical pollution, and other environmental challenges. The proposed topic has been consulted and agreed with the GEF CSO network and IPAG, and focuses on a matter that is relevant, we think, to the future of the GEF and to the GEF8 vision, where the youth and youth-led civil society and indigenous people and local communities organization can contribute views and expertise to the achievement of GEF's ambitions and beyond. We are seeking your approval for this proposal, as well as for any alternative that Council may wish to present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Françoise. I will now open the floor for comments from the Council to this suggestion presented by Françoise. May I ask you, William, to announce the list of speakers?
Thank you very much. First speaker is Sano from the CSO network, followed by Matthew. Sano, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, François, for this excellent thoughts presentation. Actually, this thought has been, as you told, that it was consulted with civil society network, indigenous peoples group, and it is our views, and we studied the GEF8 program document. It is aligned with that. So, and also I see it will be also very much aligned with the long-term vision just accepted by the Council. So what the key behind objective of this is to make the youth as the expert of the future. If we want to make it, we have to go for them to support them from their education up to their daily lives. So we talked about environmental education, climate literacy. So the GEF should reach to every part of the world, every part of the hearts of the people. And then for that, one of the key elements will be the climate literacy. Schools, primary, secondary, tertiary, university, they should have this education where the youth will come out as the young expert. And then participation in the GEF events, that should be another process. not just this event we discuss and then finish. No, we want as a process, to make it as a process. Again, we request the policy director, François, kindly develop a policy that gives the opportunity for the youth, for the girls, for the this greater force of this human world. They can engage in the GEF events, GEF processes, GEF projects at the country level, at the program level, and they will be invited as a part of the process, not as the event. As for example, yesterday I proposed that if there is one workshop, there are 100 participants, that there should be a certain percentage that 5 or 10 or 2 youth participants, where girls and boys are balanced. So we want to see this type of significant level, and we appreciate, we will be highly appreciating if this long-term vision just approved by the council, it can comprehend within the strategic approach, and also in the GEF 8, it starts from now, so that we can have a better future for the youth, and we can get the youth as the expert, not the raw hand. And it is the GEF that can do that. We have full confidence on GEF and the strategies, the approaches, and we are fully confident it can be happened. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Matthew, you have the floor, followed by Marta.
Thank you, William. We welcome the proposed topic for the CSO consultation at the 61st Council meeting in December. The CSO network and the wider CSO community are important to the GEF partnership, and we hope to strengthen that relationship in GEF 8. They play a key role in advocacy and outreach to civil society and provide a critical perspective through their contributions to GEF policy and strategy to development. And these consultations between the GEF and CSOs provide much needed knowledge of what is happening on the ground. We enjoyed last Friday's session and look forward to the next CSO consultation in December to learn more about how youth and youth-led civil society and Indigenous peoples organizations can contribute to the achievement of the GEF's objectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I want to in Spanish. Acogemos con interés el próximo tema para consulta de este Consejo con la sociedad civil y con los pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales. Participación de los jóvenes en la promoción de la misión del GEF, soluciones lideradas por los jóvenes a la crisis ambiental del planeta. Los jóvenes son sin duda actores centrales y clave para la comprensión de los desafíos actuales y para la promoción del cambio de paradigma hacia un desarrollo verde y sostenible. Sus experiencias y visión en relación con este tema nos interesan mucho y estaremos a la escucha de sus ideas y propuestas ante la crisis ambiental y con ocasión del siguiente Consejo de diciembre de este año. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Marta. Tom, you have the floor. Please go ahead, Tom.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you. I just wanted to use this opportunity to say thank you to the CSO Network and the GEF Secretariat for last Friday's discussions, which were quite insightful, especially on the small grants program. And we welcome the topic for the next one on youth, not only as experts, future experts, but also as partners in strong climate action and the protection of our planet. And we always talk about whole of society, but quite often we forget segments of society. So I'm glad that youth will have a very important opportunity to tell us what it is that we need to do in order to basically hand over the planet to them so that Carlos and I can retire, because we will have to retire one day. So peace.
Thank you very much, Tom. Laverne, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. I just wanted to say quickly, well, first we thank the CSO Network for all of their hard work. And we also wish Seno all the best. I'm sure he will not go too far. from us. In regards to the topic, we're in support of it, and it falls in line with what I said during the wrap-up last week for this CSO consultation. It was an excellent consultation as usual, but in keeping with my emphasis on the incorporation of youth and particularly to pay attention to our youth at risk, I think this is an important theme, and we also look forward to the engagement with them during that session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That ends the list of speakers.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for all the support coming from the floor, and also the support that we see in the chat. I will then invite the Council to adopt the draft decision, including in the document that has been presented to us, GEF/C 60/07. I see no objection to that decision, and I thank you, Council, for that approval, and youth will be the theme for our next meeting with the civil society. Thank you very much, and we look forward to that. Now I will hand the floor to you, Carlos Manuel, for taking us forward with agenda item 19. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mette. So we go to agenda item 19, which is a numbering system for consult decision. I would like to invite Francois Claude to introduce the document GF/C.60/09 that proposes a system for numbering GF consult decisions. Francois, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. This paper has been produced at the initiative of the Secretariat with the intent to bridge a gap in the recording of Council decisions. Currently, decisions taken during the biannual meetings of Council are systematically listed as part of the joint summary of the Chair or co-chairs, and decisions taken by mail between Councils are saved in the Secretariat records. GEF, however, does not currently have a numbering system for GEF Council decisions. It is a standard practice amongst international organizations to have such a numbering system and to number decisions with the view of securing comprehensive and easily searchable records. The proposed system that we're introducing will allow us to keep track of all decisions, no matter when they are adopted, at Council session or by email. This system will allow the Council and its members to refer to past decisions directly by simply quoting the decision number, rather than indirectly, as we've been doing it, by referring to the meeting number associated to the document number. This system will allow anyone to search more easily for decision on the same topic. So the proposed numbering system will be organized by calendar years. Headings will indicate when and how the decision has been approved. A sequential number will be assigned to each decision, followed by the year. The compilation of all GEF Council decisions will be then published on the GEF website, and the link to the corresponding document where it applies will be included in the decision itself to facilitate access. So we are proposing this approach to Council approval, and thank you very much.
Well, thanks so much for this, Francois. I would like to open the floor for the Council for whatever the questions and comments there may be for agenda item numbers 19. William will help us with the list of speakers. Any speakers in the list, William?
None so far. So Brazil, Renato, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. Just to like to support this recommended decision. We think we would facilitate the consultation of the decision made by the council and other instance of the GEF throughout the year. Thank you, just that.
Thank you very much. There seems to be no further speakers. Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, William, for that. And having completed the discussion on this topic, I would like to invite Council to adopt the draft decision containing document GF/C.60/09. I see no objections from Council. Decision approved. Thank you so much. Now we go to agenda item number 20, other businesses. I would like to, in other businesses, William, we got a request by Sweden. Is that correct?
That's correct. We should start with that topic.
Okay, so I would like to give the floor to Sweden. Marita, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to say very much on this point. As I said on Monday, we requested this point because we were a bit surprised when we received the report from the Center for Global Development on the quality of aid. The report ranks organizations and donor countries on 4 different dimensions: prioritization, ownership, transparency, and untying, and finally on evaluation. The GEF has received a very low ranking in this report, and this is a concern to us, and we therefore contacted the Secretariat to look into this. And we know that the Secretariat has done their own assessment of the report, and they also circulated, I think yesterday, the Secretariat circulated also comments from Carlos Manuel and some documents yesterday. I think for us, it's a big question mark is whether this has to do with methodology issues, and we would be very interested in hearing what Carlos Manuel has to say about this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marita. Yes, a pleasure. As you indicated yesterday, based on your request to bring this topic as other businesses, we circulated the report of quality of ODA and our analysis. And I would like to give a statement that contains our analysis of these reports, so we can be able to have the discussion that is needed with respect to these topics. So we did that analysis, and we took note that this report brings together 17 indicators of aid quality, measuring 49 main aid spending countries and agencies, including 20 multilateral agencies and bilateral programs of 29 member countries, with many of our own GF donors included. The quality of ODA methodology creates indicators around 4 dimensions, which are prioritization, ownership, transparency, and unity and evaluation. With each of these dimensions itself comprising of a series of sub-indicators. We noted with concern that of the 49 agencies, the GF ranked 42nd in the overall analysis. And we took the task to do the analysis to determine why our ranking was low in the study, and what lessons we may be able to learn from this work in terms of looking into the future and going forward. As an overall point, the unique environmental mandate of the GF does not seem to be sufficiently reflected in this study methodology. There are no environmental related indices in this methodology beyond a sub-index of one of the 4 indicators dimensions. It is instructive to note that a similar point about mandate was also made in our formal management report response to the MOPAN assessment of the GEF, whose methodology was similarly geared towards the development and humanitarian organizations. Relatedly, this report methodology encompasses measures of fragility and poverty and focus on the flow of resources to countries with development needs. While GEF programming has always paid special attention to the needs of vulnerable countries and continues to put an increased focus on the amount of resources going to seeds and Ldcs. Our environmental mandate means that a significant portion of our resources continues to be programmed in middle-income countries as well. Furthermore, while the fragile states dimension of this analysis is captured by the use of the Fragile State Index, the Secretariat would like to highlight that as extensively analyzed by recent IO evaluation, the GEF worked in fragile situations, not necessarily in fragile states. Therefore, these report calculations may not necessarily be capturing the impact of the GEF work on dimensions of fragility. It is not clear if our unique partnership structure is being taken into account in this methodology. The ownership dimension of the report methodology is very heavy focus on recipient governments. However, the GEF does not disperse directly to recipient governments, rather than the GEF works through a partnership of implementing agencies, as you all know. Again, this point about partnership structure was also made in our formal management response to the MOPAN assessment. The calculations on evaluation dimension are questionable, as these use two different data sources which may not be fully comparable. Assessment provided in the OECD Development Assistance Committee, peer review for countries, and the MOPAN assessment data for the multilateral entities. Furthermore, even with the multilateral cohort, please note that the MOPAN methodology itself cautions against comparisons using their data, explicitly stating that, and I quote, MOPAN assessment are standalone products that do not compare organizations, nor are they meant to be used for these purposes, I end quotes. Finally, the GEF may have been lacking data in two key data sets that was used by these report calculations, which therefore place further constraint on the GEF ranking on these reports, which are data that is compiled by the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation and data that is reported to the International Aid Transparency Initiative. On the first one, in particular, we would like to point out that reporting to these data sets is voluntary. Therefore, we question the penalties that may be placed by the report methodology of zero value for agencies that did not report this data. Furthermore, on the other data, well, the GEF has indeed been advancing on its GEF 7 replenishment promise to start reporting to IATI. Our reporting is not just extensive and will have been minimal in 2019, which was the time stamp for this report. Even though all of these facts, there are a series of key takeaway messages from this report from a wider perspective. First, this exercise shows the increasing need for consistent global reporting of ODA with clear methodologies and associated caveats. And the Secretariat would like to engage more closely with the work of the OECD in this regard. Secondly, like it was the case with the MOPAN assessment, this exercise again underscores the need of an explicit recognition of the multiple impacts of ODA beyond the traditional development one, and the creation of quantitative assessment and indices accordingly. The Secretariat is in a good position to initiate and inform such a conversation. Finally, this exercise again underscores the importance of publishing to this IATI, and the Secretariat will continue to expand our recognition to this initiative. Of course, we'll be very happy for a dialogue on any of these topics that we just presented in terms of the methodologies, the data, and with whatever other element that may be of importance for our council members. So, Marita, this is our response to that analysis. I would love to hear from you and others with respect to our statement. And I would love to hear also areas by which we can receive counsel and guidance from council members. Thank you.
Floor is open in case anyone wants to take the floor. Sorry, Marita, were you going to speak?
No, I just wanted to thank Carlos Manuel very much for his response, and we welcome the proposed steps going forward that he presented. And of course, there are a number of issues that he brought forward. But I think it would be very interesting to, if you could report back to the Council on your conversations with the OECD and also with the Center for Global Development, if there is anything you think that would sort of further this discussion. We think it is very important because we noted the same issue ourselves with regard to the MOPAN assessment. So this is a broader issue than just the GEF. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Richard has the floor.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel, for that explanation. I think that your explanation makes a great deal of sense, and it highlights some of the deficiencies associated with these broader assessments. Nonetheless, these assessments do have an impact on the credibility of different institutions. So I very much appreciate the recognition of further action that will be taken to look into that, including looking at the Aid Transparency Initiative and other potential steps, and welcome reporting back on that. One thing I'm particularly interested in is the indication of likely timelines. This issue is likely to arise again, and it'd be good to get feedback on how soon we will be able to meet the compliance with the reporting under the IATI. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tom, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. Thank you, Carlos Manuel, for a very detailed and comprehensive assessment of the ratings and how there are methodological questions. The one that stuck out was on humanitarian and also on development. People, usually I don't like to call it the unit of account, but it's about people. And so people are within national jurisdiction. And when it comes to the environment, all of us know that it knows no borders. And so your comment about, we are going into fragile situations makes a lot of sense. And that also raises a fundamental question. If the methodology is wrong, then is it time for the environmental funds and so on and so forth to suggest to the OECD, CGD, that there be a better, another framework to actually look at the effectiveness and the unique qualities of the GEF, the GCF, and quite a few others. So maybe it's time to unite with all of the rest so that we don't always have to worry about chasing after, for example, what makes sense in terms of lionfish or in terms of certain worms in Africa and so on and so forth. So thank you very much for all your work, Carlos Manuel, and we look forward to providing any support that is required at the OECD because we're there too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There don't seem to be any more speakers on the list. Back to you.
Oh, thank you so much for your comments, Marita, Richard, and Tom. I will follow instructions as I see them. We will follow up on this. We'll be reporting in next consult. And just Tom, I got a couple of very good friends in OECD environment. I already began a conversation about this because when Tom, when I went into the very specific details of this report, my first reaction as an environmental fund was that it is very difficult to measure the oranges and apples, and I felt that I was in that situation. So my interest is able to provide with criteria that will help us generate indices that can fit our real specific condition and avoid being in this situation, as you all indicated to us, that it is not healthy for us being coming after those reports, giving explanations about the methodologies that were used. So we will do a very constructive, proactive approach with OECD and those working in this reporting mechanism and assessment mechanism by letting them understand which may be some of the data that should be included in their methodology, so we can feel that we are being reflected as they do their analysis. So we will do that. Thank you. We'll be reporting on this on our next council meeting in December. Okay, thank you so much, Marita. Anything else from your side? Okay, thank you. So with this, I will pass it over to William, which will inform us on the dates proposal for the 64th and 65th GEF Council meetings. William, over to you.
Thank you very much. So as you know, when we come to other business, we take decisions on the dates for future meetings, both for logistical reasons so that we can reserve the space in the World Bank, and also so that it is up on our website and others can take these dates into account as they decide on their meeting dates, trying to help out in that coordination that was mentioned earlier during the meeting. So the proposal for the 64th and 65th meetings that will take place in 2024 is June 11 to 13, 2024 for the 64th meeting, and December 10 to 12, 2024 for the 65th meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, William. I would like to open the floor to hear reactions, questions, or comments with regards to the proposed dates for the 64th and 65th GEF Council meetings. William, can you write the
Yes, I'll do that.
So the dates will be June 11, 13, 2024 for the 64th meeting, and December 11, 12 to the 2024 65th meeting. Okay. Yeah.
And in answer to the question, sorry, in answer to the question that appeared on the chat of having checked with convention dates, yes, we do look at the dates that are posted for conventions in particular, because obviously many of the people go to both meetings. So the past has shown that it's no guarantee, but at least for now, there is no clash.
Also, I would like to share with the council members our interest of having a conversation on what the new normality should look like in terms of our council meeting. Of course, we all hope that this is the last time that we do it virtual the way we have done it. But I strongly believe that we have learned a lot of very positive lessons out of this modality. And in our effort of inclusiveness and transparency, we will be working on ways by which we can have, beginning in December, if the pandemic allow us to think on systems that capitalize on the very positive examples and conditions that we have learned through this virtuality world. So I will be informing if there is any possibility to have council meetings that are kind of a hybrid model, as we go back into the reopening offices, we will be having a better understanding of what those modalities may be used, and I will be sharing this information with you all so we can maximize the possibilities of doing the council meetings that brings the positive lessons that we learned out of the last 3 council meetings. So William, if there are no comments or questions with regards to the proposed dates, I will ask council for their support to adopt these dates for the 64th, 65th meeting. Okay, thanks. We approve the dates. Thank you so much. So now let me go to agenda item 21.
Sorry, Switzerland. I'm sorry to interrupt. Switzerland. Gabriela requested the floor. Gabriela, you have the floor.
Thank you. Sorry, Carlos, to come in. Just in reaction to the virtual format, maybe it would be good to schedule that for like a next council meeting to discuss possible options. Also, I don't know if hybrid is a good way, because then there you have kind of 2 classes of participants. Instead, maybe also think of options of having 1 virtual and 1 physical meeting, since it's still helpful at least once a year to see each other. But maybe we could look into options like that and discuss it at one of the upcoming council meetings.
Totally. My idea is proposing you different scenarios so we can analyze the pros and cons of possible new modalities. But I will basically be proposing ideas so we can be able to take the best decision. So thank you so much.
And to Laverne, you're right. It's 2023, not 2024, because we've already taken the decisions for 2022. Which are in May and December. May is back to back with the assembly, and so these 2 decisions, 64 and 65, are for 2023. Thank you for correcting that typo. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. With this, we go to agenda item 21, which is a summary of the co-chairs. I would like to announce and inform all council members that the summary of the co-chairs will be sent by email to council members and alternates.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Laverne is requesting the floor.
Okay, Laverne.
I'm sorry, in the interest of time, some of our any other business issues will be sent in the written submission, but I wanted to raise the query in regards to the work that was discussed or proposed regarding looking at the vulnerability index. We would like to seek some guidance or further information if there's any progress in that regard, whether it could be submitted to the council or to the countries as for further review, as we've been seeing other reports coming over time in regards to different pieces of work, because this is still a priority to us. Some of us were advised during a meeting with the Commonwealth Secretariat that the GEF was involved in a discussion regarding their universal vulnerability index that they're trying to put forward for discussion at the UN Assembly. And so we would want to hear from the GEF in regards to their particular work, because we would want the countries to be involved in whatever the GEF is undertaking in order that it is a fair and open process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laverne, for your question and your interest on this very important and relevant topic. We are working on that particular issue in the context of the GEF 8 programming objectives proposal. It was, we presented in the first replenishment meeting, we presented some ideas with respect to that. And we are in the process of processing the comments and contributions from the coming out of the replenishment process. We plan to have the new version of the GEF 8 programming document by August 16, so we can present the documents to donors and observers, as well as sharing that document with the agencies and secretariats. By then, we'll have a more concrete proposal on the issues that we've been proposing and the observation that we've been receiving with regards to STAR, where the vulnerability index is one of the proposals that is in the table. We plan to have before the second replenishment meeting, which is at the end of September, we propose to have some technical discussions on issues which are relevant and complex. And I will be facilitating conversations with regards to STAR and probable adjustments and changes in STAR. But that's a discussion that should be based on technical elements, and that we would love to hear from all council members or donors into the replenishment process. So we had in the document that we presented in the first replenishment, we have a proposal, and I would recommend you, Laverne, that we can concentrate that discussion within the replenishment process, and of course, everything that we work in the replenishment process will be shared and informed to the council. Good.
Sorry, technology is a bit tricky here.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Laverne, my pleasure. So as I was, anybody in the list of speakers, William?
No, that's it for now, thank you.
Okay, well, I want to thank everybody for the decision on the definition of the council meetings. Marita is asking where, when, or where the meeting are taking place. Can you inform me, William?
Let's give Marita the floor so
Okay.
she can clarify her question.
Thank you. No, I just had a question on when this meeting will take place. This the one you referred to at the end about the STAR. Thank you.
Well, we don't have dates yet, as we are preparing ourselves internally in the Secretariat with regards to the road, the work program, with the GEF 8 programming document. We will inform you all in advance, but most probably that will be happening in the early days of September. 2 or 3 weeks before the replenishment meeting, the second replenishment meeting. Marita. No speakers in the list, William?
No further speakers, thank you.
So as I was saying, we now enter into agenda item number 21. where I was announcing that the summary of the co-chairs will be sent by email to council members and alternates and their advisors during the Ldcf SCCF Council. Okay, good. With this, we finish agenda item number 1, and we pause with regards to the 60th GEF Council meeting, and we go and we open the 30th Ldcf SCCF Council meeting. Just give me a second, William. Okay, here we are. So it is great pleasure for me to co-chair the 30th Ldcf SCCF Council meeting and to discuss GEF efforts to support climate change adaptation action through these 2 very important funds. Day after day, we are seeing the impact of climate change and increased variability and exposed vulnerability by all countries. This pandemic continues to have a high economic and human impact, particularly on most vulnerable segments of our societies. People are falling back into poverty, food insecurities increases, and institutions are under great pressure to respond to the dual crisis of climate change and COVID-19. As there is no vaccine for climate change, the need is stronger than ever before us to assist countries with solutions that can help them adapt, recover, and rebuild their economies for a long-term resilience. Our funds at the Ldcf and SCCF seek to target these precise issues and to support the most vulnerable countries, especially Ldcs and large ocean, small island development states. They also seek to support the most vulnerable, including women, indigenous people, and marginalized group of our societies. We have a strong work program to present to you today, supporting 7 vulnerable Ldcs, including 2 Pacific seed. One of the Pacific projects includes support for some of the planet's most remote and vulnerable low-lying atoll islands in the outer island of Kiribati. These projects will not only support urgent adaptation needs to tackle frequent flooding and droughts, but will also strengthen national and subnational system of planning and decision-making to make them more resilient. One of the key priorities for us is to leave no Ldc behind. And we have been making a special effort to reach out to all Ldcs that have not been able to access Ldcf resources. Thus, we are quite happy that these work program include projects in countries that have received very little prior support from Ldcf and other funds for climate adaptation, such as the Central African Republic and Eritrea. To date, the Ldcf and SCCF have reduced the climate vulnerability of some 30 million people. And if today's work program is approved, we'll cross the $2 billion mark in approved projects and programs. This is thanks to your contribution over these many years, and we thank you all for this. We need to bear in mind that the adaptation financial gap is massive, and we clearly need not to increase the flow of finance only for climate mitigation and understand the benefits in achieving the overall climate objective by putting the needed sense of urgency in climate adaptation. And in particular, we need to develop approaches that can mobilize more domestic finance and investment from the private sector. One good example of how the Ldcf and SCCF is tapping on this opportunity is our support through the Challenge Act program for adaptation innovation for the newly developed Landscape Resilient Fund managed by South Pole in collaboration with WWF. This fund aims to mobilize $100 million in private sector investment by 2025 to build climate resilient landscapes and agriculture and forest supply chains. I'm thrilled and very happy to share that last week Channel joined this fund. Channel, the private company, joined this fund as an anchor investment and announced its commitment of $25 million to this fund, which will be blended with initial catalytic support of $1.3 million from the Ldcf and SCCF through the Challenge program for adaptation and innovation. Climate adaptation action needs a strong collaboration at all levels. The GEF has built partnership with institutions such as the Global Adaptation and Resilient Investment Working Group, the Global Resilient Partnership, WMO, and the HydroMed Alliance. We have a long-term vision on complementarity, coherence, and collaboration now with the Green Climate Fund, with an equal emphasis on adaptation and mitigation. We're quite excited to focus on joint adaptation initiatives with a focus on Ldcs, on seeds, and the private sector with the Green Climate Fund, and also support countries to develop investment plans. The expectation for Ldcf and SCCF, particularly from the Ldcs and seeds, are growing as countries faces a climate crisis and aim for a successful climate COP26 this year. So I'm very confident that with your support and guidance, we can deliver on these expectations, which are extremely high. Finally, I would like to thank Dosho Soman Utsovo Wakdi, Secretary of the National Environmental Commission of the Royal Government of Bhutan, and our dear friend, Chair of the LDC Group, for joining us to share his views and vision for adaptation action on this decade. It is quite important for me that the Council has an opportunity to hear directly from the LDCs and that the LDCs have an opportunity to present their perspective. After all, the LDC is the fund for the LDCs. The GEF is committed to support the LDCs and their collective need for urgent adaptation and long-term resilience. With that, I would like to thank you all. Thank you for these introductory remarks. And with this, I will give the floor to my chair, which will be addressing our second agenda item, which is the adoption of the agenda. Mete, over to you.
Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel, and thank you very much for the opening remarks and setting the stage for this Ldcf SCCF Council meeting. I'm looking forward to this. This is my first time I take part in this meeting. We will first look at the agenda for this meeting and if I can ask you to consider the proposed agenda in document GEF /Ldcf.SCCF 3001. And I will ask you if there are any issues for other business.
Cordula has requested the floor.
Cordula, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just would like to have an occasion where we could talk about recent pledges and eventually about the issue of increasing visibility of the Ldcf.
Thank you, Cordula, for that proposal. I suggest that we take that up under other business. So that is well noted. We look forward to that. Any other requests for the floor for other business? I see none. Then I invite the council to adopt the agenda for the meeting as proposed. I see no one asking for the floor, and the agenda is adopted. Thank you very much. Then I will hand it back to you, Carlos Manuel.
Thanks, Mette, and thanks our council members for approving the agenda. And now we go on agenda item number 3, which are the opening remarks by the LDC chair. Extremely happy and honored to have with us our very good friend, His Excellency Sonan Wagdi. He's the chair of the Least Developed Countries Group and secretary to the National Environmental Commission in the Kingdom of Bhutan. He will be giving us his remark. Your Excellency, you're really welcome to the Ldcf SCCF Council. We're very honored by your presence. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Carlos Manuel. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Very well, loud and clear.
Honorable co-chairs, council members, and distinguished participants, warm greetings from Bhutan. At the outset, I would like to thank you for the kind invitation to speak directly to the council and its alternative members. I would like to share the perspective of LDCs as we work towards the landmark COP26 to significantly raise the level of ambition for climate action against the backdrop of the world suffering from the tragic COVID-19 pandemic. First, I am very pleased to highlight that the Ldcf and SCCF now support an extensive and crucial portfolio on climate resilience, comprising more than 400 approved projects with about $2 billion in GEF finance, which is leveraging $9 billion in co-financing. To LDCs, the most prominent and significant support we get from GEF is from the Ldcf. Support from the Ldcf and the SCCF has and is delivering real and critically important results on lives and livelihoods in the LDCs. For example, by reducing vulnerability for more than 30 million people, bringing over 7 million hectares under climate resilient land management, and enhancing the capacities for more than 900 institutions to adapt to our increasingly broken climate. The Ldcf is very important to us, and we consider this as our fund, the only fund dedicated to support the LDCs, where we don't have to compete with other developing countries that are more capable. We value and trust the modality of equity in resource allocation that ensures delivery of Ldcf to all LDCs. We have come a long way, and so much has been achieved over this period. However, with increasingly devastating impacts of climate change felt daily, we must find ways to deepen our proactive adaptation efforts. Last year alone, across the LDCs, we have been grappling with the devastating impacts of cyclones, floods, and unusually heavy rains, many of which have been the most extreme seen in decades. These unusual climate events have taken lives and destroyed crops, property, and public infrastructure, and have devastated livelihoods. Given this context, the need for support is not only urgent, but it also needs to be significantly increased. Our estimation of the first set of NDCs shows that we need $40 billion per annum from 2020 to 2030 to deal with climate change impacts. Therefore, scaling up finance for climate change adaptation through both the Ldcf and SCCF remains critical to us. As a main partner of choice for channeling resources for LDCs, we believe we would need at least $1 billion through the Ldcf during the GEF 8 period to meet the immediate and urgent needs for climate adaptation support to LDCs. While needs are clear, we are also deeply concerned on the lack of predictability of both the Ldcf and the SCCF. We thank our committed donors who are trying hard to address the issues through multi-year pledges. Yet, we need to find a better and complementary way to improve the predictability. The SCCF is also an important fund for us as LDCs, given its focus on innovation. Despite widespread agreement on the importance of deepening work in this area, unfortunately, the SCCF is currently severely under-resourced. We need to collectively invest in this area of work, and we cannot afford to continue to underfund the SCCF. Importantly, I would also like to highlight the valuable contribution of Challenge Program for Adaptation Innovation. With both Ldcf and SCCF support, this Challenge Program is showing strong potential to bring new partners and advancing innovation. Co-chairs, further capacity building and direct access is a priority for LDCs. Access to finance has been the biggest challenge for LDCs, and the current financing mechanism does not fully support building capacity of LDCs at national and local levels. If at all there is a way, we would be very keen to discuss on this to enable LDCs direct access and at the same time build their own capacity. I'm delighted that the LDC group has been working very closely with the GEF Secretariat, and we look forward to strengthening this partnership further. In my recent discussion with GEF CEO, Mr. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, I have offered our unconditional support to the GEF in the process of developing the climate change adaptation programming strategy for the Ldcf/SCCF for the GEF 8 period. I understand that the Council will discuss the planning process for this new strategy. In this regard, please be assured that the LDC group stands ready to work with GEF and engage constructively. Let me also take this opportunity to inform you that the LDCs have launched Vision for 2050 to be on climate resilient development pathways by 2030 and deliver net zero emissions by 2050 to ensure our societies and ecosystems thrive in 2019 at the UN Secretary General Action Summit. We are committed to do our part and set ambitious targets for ourselves to help build the global momentum towards meeting the long-term adaptation and temperature goals. It is our hope that we can enhance our partnership so that the GEF can play a role to support LDCs as we strive towards fulfilling this vision. In closing, Ldcf and SCCF are critical lifelines for LDCs. These funds have helped us generate climate adaptation impacts on the ground. Therefore, we call the international community to renew their efforts to ensure both the Ldcf and SCCF are more strongly and predictably resourced to support shared resilience, opportunity, and prosperity for our world. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very successful deliberation. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Well, thank you so much, my dear friend. Thanks for your leadership within the LDC group. And thanks for your wise support and consult to our Ldcf and SCCF. I would like to personally recommit our funds commitment to continue providing with technical and financial options for the solutions in the need of your countries to be more resilient and to adapt to climate change. Thank you so much for your important remarks and for joining us in our Ldcf SCCF Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
With this, I go over to agenda item number 4, which is the progress report on the Ldcf fund and the SCC fund. I would like to invite Gustavo Fonseca to present document GF/LDCF.SCCF.30/03 progress report on the least developed countries fund and the Spatial Climate Change Fund. Gustavo, the floor is yours.
Nico, is it showing well?
Perfect.
Okay. Very good. Thanks very much, Chair. And on behalf of the Secretariat, I would like to introduce the progress report on the LDCF and the SCCF. This report describes the progress that has been made in the operations of both funds since their inception, and particularly during the period from November of 2020 to March 2021. I will start now to address the Least Developed Countries Fund and later in the presentation, the SCCF. At the end of March 2021, cumulative pledges to the LDCF amounted to approximately 1.77 billion. Of the resources that have been pledged, 1.58 billion or 90% had been paid, and 192.25 million of pledges to the LDCF remained outstanding. The contributions received during the reporting period total 84.87 million, and they come from Belgium, from Canada, Finland, Germany, Ireland, Netherlands, Sweden, and Switzerland. Let me highlight that the annual contributions received by the LDCF in 2020 totaled 205.3 million, which is the highest level of contributions on an annual basis that have been secured since the LDCF was established. We would like to sincerely thank the donors for this great support through this year. The funding that's available for new approvals at the end of March amounted to 77.63 million. And out of the 7 projects that have been requesting resources in the order of 60.73 million of GEF financing and fees from the LDCF has been presented for your consideration later on in the work program. During the reporting period, 9 projects were approved, all of which are full-size projects approved by Council. And 3 of these 9 projects are multi-trust fund projects that combine resources from the LDCF and the GEF Trust Fund. These projects total 63.87 million. Although it's not required for LDCF support, the expected co-financing amounts to 183 million. The 9 projects are providing support to Afghanistan, Benin, Burundi, Haiti, Mali, Nepal, Senegal, and Sierra Leone. Upon approval of the work program, 92% of all LDCs will have successfully accessed LDCF resources in GEF 7. In other words, only 4 of the 49 LDCs have not yet accessed LDCF in this GEF period. Furthermore, 61% of all LDCF, meaning 30 countries, have accessed the full initial $10 million allocation or the cap for each country in the first round. Since the inception of LDCF, UNDP is responsible for the largest cumulative share of LDCF funding decisions with 50% of the business, followed by FAO with 13% and UNEP with 12%. Other agencies involved in LDCF implementation are the AFDB, the World Bank, IFAD, Asian Development Bank, UNIDO, Conservation International, IUCN, and WWF. In GEF 7, we can note a trend towards greater diversity and balance among agencies implementing the Ldcf relative to the historical record since the inception. During the reporting period, projects are implemented by 5 different agencies. Since the inception, 10 agencies have been involved in Ldcf projects and programs. During the reporting period, 5 Ldcf full-size projects were endorsed by the CEO for a total of 44.85 million in project finance, inclusive of fees and project preparation grants. These projects are expected to leverage 208.6 million in co-financing. One example is the South Tarawara water supply projects in Kiribati, implemented by the Asian Development Bank, which aims to strengthen the climate resilience of its water supply sector. Ldcf resources will be applied in a coordinated manner with a GCF project. And you recall the discussion we had earlier this morning. And these will be addressing critical adaptation gaps, particularly knowledge generation, institutional strengthening, and capacity building measures. The project will strengthen cross-sectoral mechanisms to mainstream climate resilience and utilize an innovative approach to proposing to establish a common data and information platform. The project is expected to directly benefit nearly 90,000 people and to strengthen the expertise of 1,000 people managing climate risks and implementation adaptation actions. The progress reports provides a summary of the expected results for Ldcf. 174 projects endorsed or approved by the GEF CEO have provided an estimate of the number of direct beneficiaries which seek to reduce vulnerability of an estimated combined total of 25 million people. In addition, 99 projects seek to place 3.4 million hectares of land under improved management to withstand the negative effects of climate change. Noting the mandate of the Ldcf to support the preparation and implementation of the NAP processes in the Ldcs, 193 projects are supporting countries in the efforts to identify, to prioritize and integrate adaptation strategies and measures into 2,183 policies, plans, and processes. The Ldcf also assists countries in laying the groundwork for climate resilient development through 86 projects. Importantly, I'm also glad to highlight that the GEF partnership is being proactive to identify opportunities to ensure its investments in climate change adaptation address the full effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. Benefiting from the insight of the GEF Pandemic Task Force, this includes analyzing and integrating pandemic-associated risks, impacts, and opportunities into the business of the Ldcf and also the SCCF. The June 2021 work program continues to reflect these actions, as you hopefully will see later on. Moreover, the Ldcf and SCCF are continuing to actively monitor and adjusting evolving impacts of COVID-19 on its business and introducing a set of innovative actions to enable projects to continue to be designed and implemented. The Secretariat has completed consultations with 17 countries that had projects in the GEF 6 Ldcf pipeline. There were 21 GEF 6 pipeline projects in total, and consultations were organized in person and over video conference whenever possible. And they were held also in combination with GEF National Consultative Dialogue Initiatives or extended constituency meetings. Based on the outcomes of these consultations, the 21 pipeline projects have been updated or redesigned, or new priorities have been introduced to make these projects more relevant. 3 projects from these countries are presented in the work program to be examined later on, and I'm glad to report that with the approval of the work program, all 17 Ldcs that had pipeline projects in GEF 6 will have successfully accessed Ldcf resources in GEF 7. I will now move to the Special Climate Change Fund. As of the reporting period, March 31st, 2021, cumulative pledges to the SCCF amounted to 356 million. Of the total resources pledged, 349 or 98% have been paid. However, no new pledges have been received for the Ldcf during the reporting period. 368 million for 90 projects has been approved under the SCCF since inception. At the same time, no new full-size projects with SCCF support have been approved during this reporting period. I'd like to call your attention to the fact that 6 MSPs that had their PIFs approved during the previous reporting period have continued to be prepared for CEO approval, and 2 of these MSPs have recently been approved short after the reporting period was over. So just advancing some of these results. In GEF 7, agencies have had projects approved by SCCF support. Since the inception, 13 GEF agencies have been involved. The World Bank holds the largest share of the SCCF portfolio with 26%, followed by UNDP with 25% and IFAD with 12%. 58 projects that have been approved or endorsed by the CEO provide an estimate of the number of direct beneficiaries. In addition to, which amount to about 7 million people. In addition, 57 SCCF projects that are supporting countries in their effort to identify, prioritize, and integrate climate change adaptation into 417 national development policies, plans, and processes. As you heard a couple of times already, and as you may know, the Ldcf SCCF Challenge Program for Adaptation and Innovation was designed based on the adaptation programming strategy and guided by the Council to catalyze innovation and investments in Ldcf and SCCF programming, aiming to test and scale up new models for transformative adaptation with the private sector. A call for concepts was held in September 2019 for $10 million total, financed equally by the Ldcf and SCCF. The first call for proposals created a wealth of interest from 343 organizations submitting almost 400 project concepts, most of which many of which the GEF has not worked before, expanding the partnerships that's available to us. Due to the limitation of funding for this first round, only 9 of these concepts were able to be prioritized based on the established criteria. This represents about 2.3% of the entire demand. All 9 selected concepts have been approved as MSPs, and 3 have been already CEO endorsed. Most importantly, these set of projects are generating results for climate change adaptation and innovation with private sector engagement. The Challenge Program for Adaptation and Innovation has the potential to become an effective mechanism for addressing unmet needs and to stimulate adaptation, innovation, and private sector engagement. I would like to share one specific example of an innovation in with private sector engagement for climate adaptation being created to this Challenge Program. As it was mentioned yesterday at the opening of the opening of the council meeting, one active example of the Challenge Program is catalyzing innovation and private sector investment in the Landscape Resilience Fund managed by the Impact Fund manager South Pole, which is a very experienced impact fund, in partnership with WWF US as the GEF agency. The Landscape Resilience Fund aims to mobilize $100 million in private sector investment by 2025, directed for climate change adaptation projects that support agriculture and forestry supply chains. I'm also happy to report that this past Thursday, last week actually, the luxury brand Chanel announced it's joining as an anchor investor to the Landscape Resilience Fund. Chanel has contributed $25 million for climate change adaptation action through this fund for the next 6 years. This investment will be blended with the initial catalytic support of $1.3 million that was provided by the Ldcf and SCCF. With this, Chair, turn it over to you, and thank you very much for your attention. And I'll be glad to respond to any questions and comments you may have. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Gustavo, for presenting us with the progress report. With this, I would like to open the floor for questions and comments from Council. William will help us with the list of speakers.
Thank you, Gerard. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Gustavo, and also Carlos Manuel for first of all a presentation and also all the information that have been provided to this council. As a council member of the Eastern African constituency, which include LDCs and SIDS, I would like to make a few comments. So of all, I would like to thank donors for their contribution to the Ldcf and SCCF. It is good to know that with respect to Ldcf, some $1.7 billion has been mobilized, and 353 projects have been considered, of which I think more than 240 has been approved. So with this, I would like also to make certain comments on the effectiveness. I would like to know maybe what mechanism is in place to ensure that these LDCs benefit from the LDC, also for the preparation and implementation of the national adaptation programs of actions. I know that these documents are important for these LDCs, for them to maybe plan better their actions. I note also that for the current period, only 7 projects totaling $60 million will be presented to the Council in June 2021 for approval. Similarly, when we look at the funding that has been allocated over the 2 financial years, the approval for the financing of the PIFs, I think that the amount is about 130 million for each year. And when we compare it with the funding, the LDF funding that is available, for example, for this year, I think it's more than 1.7 billion. So we are under the impression that we need to maybe accelerate progress on implementation. With respect to the SCCF, some 300 million have been contributed by the 15 donors, and I think that they, as the presentation, 82 out of 86 projects have been approved. My question is, why has there been such a low usage of the SCCF since 2014, as per the document that was circulated? Moreover, during this period, no new projects or programs have been submitted for SCCF. So I would like to know whether this is a problem of funding, or is there a lack of commitment from the SIDS. So with this, I would like also to propose that whenever there is a presentation, but because when I look at the presentation, we are making the presentation on the basis of cumulative projects and cumulative amount that is being spent. So would it be possible when in the future to make a presentation on the current year so that we have a better picture of the achievement of the funds for the current period? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Cordula, followed by Marita. Cordula, you have the floor.
First, thank you to the Ldcs chair and also to you, Gustavo, for the introductory remarks and the presentation of the progress report. We welcome the progress report on the Ldcf and the SCCF. It provides a helpful overview of the portfolio performance in a transparent and comparable manner. And we welcome the efforts by the Secretariat, but would still like to express our hope that the document will be made available 4 weeks prior to the meeting in the future, because it was very difficult for us to analyze it if we have so little time. Well, there's still 4 Ldcs that have not yet accessed funding during GEF 7. But this is a significant improvement over the previous report. We would, however, be interested in learning about reasons why these countries could not yet access funding. We appreciate the Ldcf's and SCCF's commitment to continue to deepen investment in opportunities to mitigate impacts of COVID-19, to deliver climate adaptation and resilience benefits, and contribute towards green recovery and building back better. We note that in the financial year 20, the visibility of the Ldcf and the SCCF in the media further decreased, and would like to inquire about the reasons and area to work on a strategy to continuously increase visibility in the future. Finally, we would like to reiterate our suggestion that the report should include tables of key indicators disaggregated by year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Marita, followed by Gabriela. Marita, you have the floor.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank the distinguished LDC chair for his comments. I think these were very valuable comments, and I would expect that they are taken into account in the process of preparing the next programming strategy, especially issues also on capacity. Coming to the progress report, we thank the Secretariat for this and for the financial status report. We note an increase in available resources for new financing, which is positive, but the need to strengthen long-term predictability of the funds financing remains to allow for more long-term planning, complementarity with other funds, adaptation work, and better use of synergies, of course. So proposals in this direction we should also be brought up in the context of the new programming strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gabriela, followed by Tom. Gabriela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, William. Thanks to Gustavo and to the LDC chair for the introduction and the interesting remarks. Let me start with supporting Cordula's intervention with regard to the indicator tables. That would be very helpful. We have 2 questions mainly focused on the SCCF presentation. So yes, I also support Cordula's comments with regards to visibility, especially for the SCCF, and to be very outspoken amongst friends here. The SCCF is repetitively questioned in coherence and complementarity to the GCF. So it will be interesting to hear how you respond to this criticism that has been aired multiple times. Then very interesting, the call for proposal that you referred to with collaboration from the private sector, noting huge underserving, well, needs much beyond what we have resources. There's the question, what happens to the other proposals you have identified? And is it really smart to have an additional call instead of prioritizing maybe projects that were very promising from the first call, and then kind of in a pipeline approach as soon as additional resources come in for the SCCF to finance these through the additional resources instead of making another call, just to understand why you prefer having another call instead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tom, followed by Liesl. Tom, you have the floor.
Just wanted to say a few words that we strongly support the Ldcf. That's why I was happy to sign off the 7.5 million before the end of March in order to support the fund. Glad that 6 LDCs will be benefiting from the work program, including 2 LDC SIDs. Used to be the director in charge of development programming in Southeast Asia. And so glad to see Bhutan and Timor-Leste there. Beyond that, I would strongly support more publicity, more visibility for Ldcf so that people do know that Ldcf is taking good care of climate vulnerable countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Liesl, followed by Sanya. Liesl, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the Ldcf Chair and Carlos and for the presentation on the report. Denmark recognizes the extremely important work carried out by the Ldcf and recognizes its unique position as a fund supporting LDCs. We welcome the report and the progress made. We would like to make a comment about the indicators as well. I mean, following the updating of the results architecture, we appreciate the reporting on the 4 core indicators and that they're gender differentiated. We would like to know if it's possible for tables such as table 4 in this report to provide this level of differentiation. So therefore supporting Germany and Switzerland's comments as well. We would very much like to support Canada's comments about increasing visibility for the Ldcf. We notice again the agency concentration and yeah. We would also like to hear a little bit more about the coordination and collaboration between the GEF and the GCF on the NAP processes. And we'd like to know if this is something that will be included in the LTV between the GEF and the GCF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sano, followed by Tanya. Sano, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And we appreciate the presentation from Gustavo on this Ldcf and then SCCF. It is very meaningful and very much informative. Thanks for that. I also want to thank the Excellency from Bhutan for his presentation. And I have a question to him. If opportunity allows, he will attend. The question is about the visibility. And Ldcf countries, you know, they are the most vulnerable to climate change and different types of disasters. And comparing to other countries, they need more capacity related supports and issues. So considering these, GFCS network want to extend its humble technical supports as we proposed for the Ldcf countries. Particularly, we want to consider the institutional capacity building and gender mainstreaming and stakeholder engagement, as we talked about the CSO government dialogue platforms, including private sectors. We want to work with them, building momentum, because if we want to reach the people, if we want to reach to each heart of the people, then we have to create a mechanism, we have to create a process that would be a mechanism that would continue. And then if we want to support this initiative, how the chair, as the chair, he will support and his partners countries will support our initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Tanya, followed by Alain. Tanya, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, William. And first, I wish to thank Carlos Manuel and the LDC chair for the opening remarks and Gustavo for the presentation. We appreciate the good progress made so far, and further efforts to increase the amount of LDCs benefiting from the resources in the Ldcf would be very important and very welcome. We are also concerned over the concentration of projects within the Ldcf, up to 50% to one organization. We would like to ask what are the main reasons for this. And we also support the comments made on increasing the visibility of the LDCF. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alain. You have the floor. Followed by Laverne.
Merci, je vais m'exprimer en français. Nous remercions le secrétariat pour ce rapport et nous continuons évidemment à soutenir l'action du Ldcf qui cible bien les pays prioritaires pour la France. Encore une fois, nous regrettons toutefois la part très importante, 50% à fin mars 2021, de financement du Ldcf mise en œuvre par une seule agence, le PNUD. Comme évoqué précédemment dans plusieurs discussions, la problématique de la concentration des agences est un enjeu important qui se retrouve encore au sein du Ldcf et qui fait courir des risques potentiellement réputationnels profonds. Donc, nous continuons à être très vigilants sur ce point. Merci.
Thank you very much. Laverne, you have the floor.
Thank you, William, and I'd like to thank His Excellency for his presentation in regards to being chair of the Ldcf. The Caribbean constituency fully supports the work of the fund. Among our SIDS membership is also a fragile country in Haiti, which benefits from the fund. And these funds are critical for them in regards to addressing issues that they have. And so we welcome the continued support to this particular fund, particularly on their behalf. We're also encouraging as well the increase in visibility in order that persons would be aware of the work that is being done and the commitment of the GEF to these fragile states among us. I am still concerned by the interventions being made in regards to the concentration of resources to UNDP in particular. I am still emphasizing the point that the decisions in regards to which agencies are used is a country decision. I'm not aware that the GEF has a policy in regards to what agencies we use. We are the ones that decide which agencies we are using. And so there must be some degree of trust in regards to the decisions taken by the state in this regard. And we understand the matter in regards to risk, and we understand that with any agency that we work with in any regard. And so the onus is on the government itself and the entities and persons that work on its behalf to monitor and assess the progress, the performance of the agencies. If they deem the agencies to be underperforming, then they just don't use them again. But as mentioned in my earlier intervention, that as we go forward, we should also probably look at how we can incorporate some national and regional agencies, as well as to see how we can streamline in the interest of coherence and complementarity, where some agencies have already been accredited through a robust system in other mechanisms that they can also be used in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Shala, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. The United States welcomes the opportunity to address the Ldcf SCCF Council, and I thank the Secretariat for the presentation on the progress report. As this is my first intervention during this council meeting and the first during our current administration under President Biden, I wanted to first make a couple of brief remarks regarding our administration's commitment to addressing the climate crisis. There is no greater long-term challenge confronting the United States and the world than climate change. President Biden understands the critical role the US must play in this global effort. So to confront the climate crisis, we're focused not only on increasing our ambition to reduce emissions, but also to address the impacts of climate change, particularly for the world's most vulnerable countries. Recognizing this, President Biden has committed to doubling our climate finance commitments by 2024 and tripling the amount dedicated to adaptation by 2024. He has also just submitted an fiscal year 2022 budget that requests $100 million for multilateral adaptation financing, and recently joined with fellow G7 leaders to deliver additional commitments on disaster risk reduction, adaptation, and resilience. We recognize the unique value of the Ldcf and SCCF to least developed countries and appreciate the ongoing discussions on ways to improve coordination between the GCF and the Ldcf, SCCF on adaptation planning and implementation. Over the past 3 weeks of discussions during the UNFCCC's June subsidiary body meetings, we heard multiple calls for additional resources to support national adaptation planning and implementation. The United States looks forward to hearing from members of this council on ways that the Ldcf can continue to meet the adaptation planning and implementation needs of LDCs. And I would echo the interventions made by Germany and others on ways to improve the visibility of this important source of information, source of support, for least developed countries. I'll leave it there for now, and thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much. That concludes the list of speakers for now. Back to you.
Well, thank you so much, and let me welcome Sheila. What a pleasure. Thanks for your remarks, and having ended the list of speakers, I would like to invite Gustavo to respond and react to questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel, and thanks for the council for the remarks and for the questions that were posed. I'll try to respond to all of them to the best of our ability. I think there were many remarks, I think universal remarks in regards to how can we work together to enhance the visibility and the prominence of the two funds, and also in particular SCCF, which has been facing some very difficult challenges in securing financing despite the potential that it has. But we have developed a very strong program with our communications department that should boost this effort to a new level. We also preparing several activities and products for Glasgow, for COP26. But in the meantime, since the last council meeting, we have increased the number of the stories that we have produced through our communications department, and also with the GEF partners and agencies. Just some of the examples, we have several original GEF stories already in the website, as well as in social media. We have one from Nepal that looks on how they're dealing with watershed management and vulnerability in general. We have one with the agencies on Kiribati, on food security. We have also released a press release with South Pole, the fund manager that's involved in the challenge program with WWF, and that has reached quite a lot of people because of the reach that some of these agencies have, in particular WWF, who has a very strong media presence. So we have we can send you the links to several of these things. We have also several other digital channels that have been feeding the larger public, but we need now to develop a more strategic and focused plan to deal with the right people, and particularly with the spectrum of donor countries, and we would welcome some recommendations from you on how we can do that. Again, as I mentioned, we plan to at COP26 to have several events with media partners like RTCC, and also look for strategic opportunity to get these funds to be better covered, including through articles and events. So we are working on this. It's not yet to the level we would like to, but we'll get there with your help. I also heard a lot about the request for disaggregated data. we'll do the best what we can. Perhaps we could report more meaningful results on a yearly basis, perhaps not on a 6 months basis, but we'll make our effort for the next report. We have some action along those lines. The question from Gerard on financing APAs in LDCs. Let me just say first that in the PIF template that we use for Ldcf, it requests a very clear articulation of the alignment of the activities with the NAPAs or contributions to the NAPA or a NAP. So there is that coherence built into the review process. There's also a good alignment with priority documents and policies that are included in these documents. And there's also NAP coordination was part of the 2018-2022 strategy that was approved by Council. So, and in essence, what happens is that GCF can support NAP preparations, while the Ldcf can support the implementation of those elements that are NAP relevant. So that's how we are addressing that. Regarding SCCF, indeed, it's no secret that we haven't been able to program more projects with SCCF resources due to low predictability of resource availability. So we need to have a concerted effort in bringing this fund, because at the end of the day, they do offer quite a lot of potential, and the challenge program, particularly on this interface between private sector engagement on adaptation and being able to fast track and jumpstart some very innovative projects. I think the SCCF shows tremendous potential and opportunities for us to do that, but perhaps we have, just like the visibility discussion earlier on, not really articulated the value added that we need to project from the SCCF in its full potential. So we'll work on that for certain. There were a couple of questions about what happens with the countries that have not yet received funding. So we're very happy with the progress to date in GEF 7. But there are 4 remaining LDCs. These are Comoros, Madagascar, and Niger, and São Tomé and Príncipe, which are actually at various stages of preparation for PIF submission. The Secretariat has been in touch with all of these remaining countries, and we are, I think, optimistic that they will have a chance to access Ldcf resources before the end of the GEF 7 cycle. Okay, concentration. I think we had a very rich discussion earlier on in the Council, in the GEF Trust Fund Council meeting, and UNDP actually has had historically quite a lot of involvement in and has been one of the supporters of early supporters of adaptation projects in many countries. But in GEF 7, as I hope I was able to show, the distribution of agencies is much more balanced. There is no agency now that has more than a third of the portfolio in GEF 7. And we think that this also shows that the larger number of agencies that are working on adaptation are beginning to show, including some that have not been traditionally in this area, and also interest from them to engage with Ldcf and SCCF. So I think we are in the right trend of diminishing concentration. At the end of the day, like we heard also today, in many instances, particularly on LDCs, UNDP does have a very, very strong presence on the ground. So that also influences these decisions. Let me see what else. I may have this challenge program. Oh yes, Gabriela, I'm sorry. The challenge program, the question about the call for proposal, a new call. Indeed, there's some very interesting early concepts that we can draw from, but we included in the strategy that was approved by Council that we would issue another call for proposals. that actually added some additional elements to the requirements, and that's the reason. But given the fact that we have not had quite a lot of resources, we will need to assess, what's the best way to approach this. But certainly, it's a good suggestion to look at some of these viable ideas that we weren't able to act upon, the same way that we look into NGI calls for proposals and those viable ideas from prior calls for proposals, as long as they meet the same criteria, same set of criteria, so that we have transparency in the process, can be taken into account as well. We apologize for the late posting of the document. This report needs the trustee reports to be made available, so it's not just something that we control entirely, but we'll work with all those that need to provide input to make sure that we do better the next time around. One more aspect related to visibility that sprang to mind. Ldcf and SCCF have been actively involved in the work of the Global Commission on Adaptation, and also quite engaged in global climate summits, and particularly the virtual events that everyone had got very used to it. And we are trying our best to make sure that they are featured prominently, including its portfolio. With this, I will turn it over to you, Carlos. Sorry? Turn it over to you, Carlos Manuel. If I missed any question, I might come back to that.
Thank you, Gustavo. William, do you have anybody else in the list of speakers?
Marita has requested the floor. Please go ahead.
Marita, please.
Thank you. This was a point that I planned to make earlier. We appreciate very much the various communication and outreach efforts that are underway. But one plea that I have is that Ldcf is communicated explicitly, because our perception is that it's often communicated as part of the GEF and it disappears. So I think this also applies to the long-term vision that is, since Carlos Manuel mentioned that discussions are also including Ldcf. We think it's very important that Ldcf is explicitly presented and mentioned in all these contexts. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Marita, for your comment, and we totally agree on the need to do an extra effort to highlight the good things that we do with those funds in the context of what we do in the overall GEF outreach. These are things that we are having conversation with the communication team, and I look forward to be able to strengthen our capacities to give the proper visibility that these funds should be having. And probably Chief will, during her intervention, will be explaining a little bit more details on this. Thank you, Marita. So having no more speakers in the list, I would like to invite Council to adopt the draft decision that is included in the document GF/LDCF/SCCF/.30/03. I see no objections to the draft decision. I hereby approve the decision. Thank you so much, Council members. With this, we go to agenda item number 5, fiscal year 20 annual monitoring review of the least developed countries fund and special climate change fund. I would like to invite Chizuru Aoki to present document GF/LDCF/SCCF.30/04 fiscal year 20 annual monitoring review of the least developed countries fund and the special climate change fund. Chizuru, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. On behalf of the Ldcf SCCF team, I'm pleased to introduce the fiscal year 20 annual monitoring review of the Ldcf and the SCCF. The review describes the performance and results of, and some of the lessons learned from the portfolio of projects and programs financed under these two funds that had started implementation on or before June 30th of 2019, and that were under implementation during at least some part of the fiscal year 2020. Next slide, please. Before we present the analysis, we wanted to also present some key messages that came out of the AMR exercise this year. First one is that active SCCF and Ldcf portfolio are making satisfactory progress in terms of development objectives and implementation progress-wise. The second point, the SCCF portfolio in particular has demonstrated very high level of achievement as evidenced by performance ratings and results that were significantly above the targets set. In terms of risk, there was very little change on the fiscal year 20 risk ratings on the active portfolio compared to the fiscal year 19 active portfolio, despite the COVID pandemic as well as some of the anticipated impacts. And finally, in terms of the results, SCCF portfolio have far exceeded targets. Ldcf portfolios have done well, and considering that these are targeted for the Ldcs, which are in general most vulnerable and fragile. So now I'd like to go into a little bit more further detail, and let us start by looking at the Ldcf. So I have maybe 3 slides to report back to you on the Ldcf portfolio. The Secretariat received reports from 78 Ldcf projects for this cohort of AMR analysis. The total Ldcf project financing, excluding agency fees and PPG, amounted to $471 million. Of the project financing committed, $257 million, or approximately 55%, had been distributed. If you look at the sectors, top sectors of coverage from the Ldcf active portfolio, agriculture, natural resource management, and coastal zone management were the top 3 sectors covered currently under the active portfolio. And together they were contributing to approximately 70% or $330 million of the total project financing committed. Next, please. This slide gives a snapshot of the performance in terms of progress towards objectives and implementation progress. 82% of the Ldcf projects in the active portfolio were rated moderately satisfactory or higher in terms of their progress towards development objectives, and 82% were rated moderate satisfactory or higher in their implementation progress. Next slide, please. And this slide, similar to the progress report that Gustavo just presented, is showing the achieved results. And these are achieved results and indicators are clustered around the objectives that we have put forward. As of June 30th, 2020, cumulative results with the Ldcf portfolio already included more than 16 million direct beneficiaries and over 500,000 people trained in various aspects of climate change adaptation. Through the Ldcf finance projects, an estimated 3.3 million hectares of land had been brought under more resilient management. Moreover, 212 regional, national, and sector-wise policies and plans or frameworks in Ldcs have been strengthened or developed to better address climate change risks and adaptation. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to go to to present the analysis from the Special Climate Change Fund. Under the SCCF, for this AMR, we received reports from 41 projects. Total SCCF project financing, excluding agency fees and PPGs, towards these 41 projects amounted to $159 million. Of the project grants committed so far, 94 million or 54% have been dispersed. In terms of top sectors addressed through the SCCF interventions, they were water resource management, agriculture, and infrastructure. And they're contributing to more than 80% or approximately $130 million of the total project financing committed by the SCCF. And we are also providing here the regional distribution of the active portfolio. And you will see that there is a fairly good distribution among Latin American, Caribbean, Africa, Asian Pacific, as well as Europe and Central Asia. And we're also keeping track of the resources that are going to the Ldcs. Thank you. And go to the next slide, please. This slide, similar to the Ldcf performance slide, shows how the cohort of projects has performed or have been rated. 91% of the SCCF projects in the active portfolio rated in moderately satisfactory or higher in terms of the progress towards development objectives. And 94% were rated moderately satisfactory or higher in their implementation progress. Next slide, please. And next slide actually summarizes achieved results from the active portfolio of the SCCF projects. As of June 30th, 2020, cumulative results of the SCCF portfolio already included more than 6.4 million direct beneficiaries and over 80,000 people trained in various aspects of climate change adaptation. Through the SCCF finance projects, an estimated 6.4 million hectares of land have been brought under more resilient management, and 107 regional, national, and sector-wide policies, plans, frameworks in vulnerable developing countries have been strengthened or developed to better address climate change risks and adaptation. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this slide highlights results at terminal evaluation stage. So it gives you a snapshot of what was put on the table as to the projects can achieve and what actually got achieved. For the Ldcf, for fiscal year 20, 16 terminal evaluations from Ldcf and 9 terminal evaluations from SCCF were submitted along with trackable achievements and climate adaptation indicators. Overall, the data indicates that good progress is recorded at terminal evaluation stages. The achieved results from the Ldcf cohort of projects exceeded targets set for the approval endorsement stage for 1 indicator and also reached above 90% for 2 indicators. Specifically, the number of actual direct beneficiary was 230% over the target numbers. The data shows for the SCCF, the cohort of projects have achieved significantly higher results in all 4 core indicators at completion compared to the expected results at CEO approval and endorsement. Next slide, please. Also in this AMR, we looked into a risk analysis, particularly in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. As the pandemic unfolds, risk monitoring becomes more relevant and important to help inform the portfolio management. Risk ratings assess the overall risk of factors, internal or external to the project that might affect implementation or prospect of achieving project objectives. Risk of projects are rated on the following scale in PIRs. High risk is substantial risk, modest risk, as well as low risk. The risk levels faced by the Ldcf and SCCF projects combined were reported as low or moderate for 77% of the projects. Overall, SCCF project reported less risk compared to the Ldcf projects. And also, while 72% of Ldcf projects reported low or moderate risks, approximately 90% of the SCCF projects rated their risks as low or modest. As Ldcf is especially for Ldcs and CCF is for any developing country, this difference in risk ratings highlight more challenges faced among the Ldcs, generally speaking. Risk ratings from the fiscal year 20 were found to be at the comparable level at risk as risk ratings reported by agencies from fiscal year 19. The analysis shows that risk ratings at the portfolio level has not yet shown any discernible difference before and during the pandemic. But this is just capturing the risk ratings that have been reported in the PIRs. As the COVID-19 pandemic unfolds, the GEF will continue to monitor the risk of projects and identify changes over time at the portfolio level. Next slide, please. Some of the success factors, challenges, and lessons learned from the projects that are under implementation include communication and interaction between stakeholders, incentivizing climate investments, the importance of local civil society organization engagement, and the private sector engagement supporting innovation and technology transfer. On communications and interaction between stakeholders, this will not only bring in the best practices and knowledge of the projects, but can also enhance the dissemination of such techniques and knowledges that can lead to creation of sustainable jobs and income that better cope with climate change and their impacts. On incentivizing climate investments, they can enhance value chains for climate technologies while expanding the market and creating linkages with more financial institutions. On local civil society organization, they're deeply rooted in the local communities and can also build a wealth of knowledge and capacities that are directly relevant to local needs that can lead to the successful project implementation. And I'd like to mention that we had a very informative and rich CSO forum on Friday, and there was a number of examples highlighted from the Ldcf and I think SCCF, as well as other types of interventions supported by the GEF. So this point is well recognized by the GEF. In terms of private sector engagement, they can support innovation and technology transfer across a wide range of sectors, from agriculture to energy. So with that, I conclude my presentation and will be happy to answer any questions that council members might have. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Chizuru, for your presentation on the annual monitoring review. With this, I'll pass it over to William. So yes, William.
Finland, so Tanya has the floor.
Okay. Please, Tanya.
Thank you very much, William, and thank you very much, Chizuru, for your presentation. And we also thank very much for the report. We are happy to note the good regional distribution and focus on Africa in the fiscal year 20 program. Given the more difficult circumstances in the LDCs, both funds have progressed well in reaching the development objectives and have a high implementation rate. So overall results are good. Could you briefly explain why FAO, UNDP and UNEP perform weaker than the other organizations? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Tanya Malita is next. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Chizuru, for the presentation. I share the comments that Finland conveyed, so I will not repeat them. We also welcome the good results, but we would appreciate a little bit more information on the impact of the pandemic. Excuse me. And I apologize if I missed that in your presentation. Secondly, I would like to welcome the presentation of gender integration in the report. And we would like to encourage you to deepen this work even further in line with the GEF's gender policy strategy and action plan, and continue reporting on this also in the future reports. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cordula, you have the floor.
Okay. Thanks, Chizuru, for the presentation of the annual monitoring review, and we appreciate the progress made in reporting portfolio level performance, results and lessons learned under Ldcf and the SCCF. While studying the report review, we had the impression that the performance of Ldcf had decreased. And I was just wondering if you can confirm this, and if this was like that, if you could give us some reasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Liesl, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the report and for the presentation. We very much appreciate the progress made and note the rating of the level of achievement of the projects. We welcome the overall finding that the Ldcf portfolio has performed satisfactorily. We would like to recognize the results reporting for the indicators. We're also very happy to see the distribution, regional distribution specifically on Africa, and also the thematic focus on agriculture. Like Sweden, we would also express our appreciation for the analysis in the AMR of the emerging results and innovative measures in line with the requirements of the GEF policy on gender equality, and look forward to some more of this. We recognize also the importance of early stakeholder consultation in ensuring the successful implementation of the Ldcf projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There don't seem to be any more list of speakers. Back to you, Carlos.
Thank you so much to all speakers. With this, I would like to invite Council to adopt a draft decision that is included in the document GEF/LDCF.SCCF.30/04.
Questions?
Oh, sorry. I am over to you, Cheese and Gustavo, for whatever reaction and questions you may have before I go over with the adoption of the decision.
Trying to unmute myself.
We can hear you, Chiz.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. After a year and a half, you'd think I'd figure this out, but it's a learning moment every day. Thank you so much for comments from Finland, Sweden, Germany, as well as Denmark. And I do appreciate the recognition that both the portfolio for the LDCF and SCCF are progressing, and the annual monitoring report is able to report back on with quantitative and qualitative analysis. So very much appreciate on that one. Let me, not necessarily in order, try to answer the questions. Sweden's question about the information on the pandemic, we have tried to address this issue first by looking at the risk ratings that I have presented. And the way that we thought we could do this is to look at the risk ratings that are coming back from the agencies at the time of the PIR's submission, and comparing the ratings against what has been reported in the fiscal year 19 AMR. And that we took it as one of the benchmarks to see if any changes in the perception as well as the responses to risks are being manifested and reported back to us through the PIR. And just looking at fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20, we really didn't notice any differences as reported from the agencies. So as far as the ratings and PIRs and reporting is concerned, in the LDCF and SCCF portfolio, there really does not seem to be the COVID-related risks as manifested in different ratings. Having said that, we also looked into the qualitative descriptions as well as write-up from the agencies on every project. And almost all projects obviously will state issues related to COVID and their impacts. And we have tried to summarize those elements in the AMR, and going forward, we will continue to do so. And I should also add, we are trying to do this in consort as well as parallel in similar approach to what has been done for the GEF Trust Fund cohort projects, as the AMR as well as a monitoring exercise for the GEF Trust Fund will progress. And thank you for the comments on the gender reporting. We will continue to do so and reflect on those figures. In terms of the distribution of projects, in terms of the Ldcf support, we do expect to see, because the portfolio is supporting at this point 46 LDCs, and about 2/3 of those are actually within the African context. We do expect to see, at least on the annualized basis on the active portfolio, that balance reflected in the projects as well as the resources that are under implementation. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And I think there was a question on from Kojala, Germany. Has Ldcf results decreased in fiscal year 20? We don't necessarily think there is a significant change, if you will, on the ratings. But we will also take a closer look at these in more of a trend analysis next time to be able to give you a little bit better picture on the annualized trend from the AMR to the AMR. So we'll go ahead and make sure that we can do that. Was there another question that I missed? I think that's it. And thank you so much and for good support as well as questions on this piece of work that the team has spent a lot of effort to make sure that we can do a very good report to you. So we appreciate your acknowledgement. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheese. Any comments, reaction from your side, Gustavo?
No, thank you, Chair. Cheese has addressed all the questions.
Okay, thanks to Cheese and Gustavo. And with this, as I was saying, I would like to invite council members to approve decision the GEF /Ldcf /C SCCF Ldcf SCCF .30/04. I see no objections from the floor. With this, I approve of the draft decision. Thank you so much. Now we go over to agenda item number 6, work program for the least developed countries fund. I would like to invite Mr. Gustavo Fonseca to present the document GF/Ldcf /SCCF .30/05 work program for the least developed countries fund. Gustavo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's a great pleasure to introduce the work program for the Ldcf for consideration by the Council. First, I'd like to say a few words about the context in which this work program has been put together, meaning during the ongoing pandemic. The pandemic has compelled the Secretariat, the agencies, and many of the partners to this process to really curtail movements and to adapt to working conditions that were required to minimize exposure and risk to people's health. The Ldcf and the SIDS, as you know, are facing a greater risk and are exposed to more impacts from COVID-19 than the average country. And people in these countries are generally also already more exposed to climate risks and shocks. In addition, LDCs are dependent, much more than other countries, on natural resources to sustain their economies and also to keep their jobs and livelihoods. In addition to, of course, food security. For instance, through agriculture, through commodity production, to tourism, all of which are activities that have been affected by the pandemic. Institutional and policy frameworks also tend to be weaker in these countries to address climate, COVID, and other crises. So the GEF Secretariat would like to sincerely appreciate and thank the countries, the agencies, and the partners that have contributed to this work program, working under very challenging conditions. Well, despite these challenges, we have been able to present for your consideration a work program that includes 7 projects requesting a total of $60.73 million in GEF financing that include agency fees. 4 projects for Eritrea, Kiribati, Somalia, and Timor-Leste are multi-trust fund projects that bring resources from the GEF Trust Fund as well. All projects have been confirmed to be aligned with the needs and priorities identified in national adaptation plans and processes, as we clarified earlier in this council meeting, including national adaptation and programs of action and national sustainable development strategies. The sectors and systems addressed include agriculture and food security, water resources management, fisheries, and agro-pastoral management, in addition to sustainable land management. Nature-based solutions also have been promoted. Many projects include community or regional-based intervention that come together with policy and governance support. Innovative approaches with technology and innovative techniques and community finance are also proposed within the ambit of the work program. In addition, the cohort of projects that are presented here has identified various potential opportunities to mitigate the impacts created by COVID-19 and contribute to building back better and towards a green and blue recovery. With the approval of this work program, we'll have supported 43 LDCs, or 91% of all LDCs, as I reported earlier. While co-financing is not required for Ldcf, these projects are expected to mobilize approximately $149 million, meaning that for every dollar that the Ldcf provides, $2.69 will be leveraged from other sources. In the following slides, I'm listing the projects that have been presented to you for consideration today. The 3 projects presented here are Ldcf funded only. As I mentioned, there's multi-trust fund projects as well. So these are Ldcf only projects, each of one providing a total of $10 million for each country. These other 4 projects are multi-trust fund projects, combining adaptation resources with biodiversity focal area resources or land degradation focal area resources. As you can see here, the focus of this work program is very much on nature-based solutions for climate resilience and on food and water security. Let's now go quickly through a run through the Ldcf and SCCF work programs that you have approved so far in GEF 7. This map shows the countries supported for the very first Ldcf work program in December of 2018. That included 6 projects from Chad, Guinea-Bissau, Mauritania, Mozambique, Rwanda, and Sudan for $44.86 million. The second work program, as we can see here, was approved in June of 2019. It included 11 projects from the Ldcf and 1 project for the SCCF, totaling $101.57 million in total. Countries that were beneficiaries of this resource were Angola, Bangladesh, Cambodia, Ethiopia, Lao PDR, Kiribati, Solomon Islands, the Gambia, Timor-Leste, Togo, Tuvalu, Uganda, Vanuatu, and Zambia. There was also an SCCF project in the form of a multi-trust fund project covering the Caribbean small island states of Antigua and Barbuda, Belize, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, Jamaica, and St. Lucia. Then we move on to the third Ldcf work program in December of 2019, composed of 9 projects, including 4 multi-trust fund projects for $59.95 million, benefiting the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Guinea, Malawi, Mali, Myanmar, South Sudan, Tanzania, and Vanuatu. The fourth work program in June of 2020 included 8 projects with a total of $59.59 million in Ldcf resources. And these benefited Burkina Faso, Djibouti, Haiti, Lao PDR, Liberia, Mauritania, Tanzania, and Yemen. The 5th work program was presented in December 2020, included 9 projects for a total of $69.87 million that benefited Afghanistan, Benin, Burundi, Haiti, Mali, Nepal, Senegal, and Sierra Leone. Benin had 2 proposals in that work program. And finally, the 7 countries supported by the current Ldcf work program 2021 are Bhutan, Central African Republic, Eritrea, Kiribati, Lesotho, Somalia, and Timor-Leste. All 7 of these LDCs will reach the $10 million initial cap set for GEF 7 period if this work program is approved. In terms of regional distribution of this work program, 65% of the resources are for Africa, 19% for SIDS, and 16% for Asia. And these values reflect a higher allocation for SIDS than the regional distribution for the cumulative GEF 7 programming, which has 60% in Africa, 18% in Asia, and 12% in SIDS. And this map shows the spectrum of countries, program in a GEF 7 cycle including this work program if it is approved. The brackets here show the number of projects in the work programs number in brackets. Regarding agency distribution, on the left side of the slide, you see 5 agencies that are represented in the June work program. FAO has 3 projects seeking approximately 48% of the resources available, or 30 million, followed by IFAD and UNDP with 16% each. IUCN and UNEP have approximately $5 million and $7 million respectively. In GEF 7, the Secretariat has made an effort to engage with more agencies. For the GEF 7 cumulative chart on the right, the GEF 7 programming shows a balanced distribution with 11 agencies, with no agency having more than a third of the portfolio. UNDP has approximately 32%, followed by FAO with 31%. AFDB has the third highest share with 10%, followed by UNEP with 7%. All 7 projects respond to the ambition and requirements of the GEF policy on gender equality. As you know, women and LDCs tend to be more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change than men. The projects presented for your approval today describe strategies to ensure gender-responsive stakeholder consultations. They all confirm that gender assessments and gender action plans will be completed during the project development phase. All of the PIFs provide gender disaggregated beneficiaries numbers expected, and most explicitly state that they expect to develop sex disaggregated and gender sensitive indicators. In addition, all projects in this work program expect to close gender gaps and promote women's empowerment by improving access and control over natural resources and improving women's participation in decision-making. I'm pleased to note that 6 out of the 7 projects expect to generate social economic benefits or services that are directed to women specifically. The CSOs and communities are playing an active role in LDCF projects, and this is not just for this work program, but throughout GEF 7. In terms of sectors, the top 3 sectors for active LDCF participation are agriculture, natural resource management, coastal zone management. Interventions in these sectors present ample opportunity for community level and CEOs engagement. CSOs play multiple roles in these projects. They act as local partners for planning or implementation. They act in many cases as an executing entity for the project. And oftentimes they are also beneficiaries. For this work program, each of the 7 projects have CSOs as local partners and beneficiaries. 5 projects take place at the community level, and 5 projects are taking place in fragile and conflict-affected situations. The 7 projects in the work program will generate results across the adaptation core indicators as follows: 800,000 direct beneficiaries, of which 402,000 persons, or 51 are female, 32 policy plans and development frameworks that mainstream climate resilience, approximately 558,000 hectares of land under climate resilient management, over 163,000 people with enhanced capacity to identify climate risks, of which 74,000 or 46% are female. With this, I'd like to pause just for a moment to offer some observations on where we are at this stage in GEF 7. If we approve the work program, the number of LDCs benefiting from support by the Ldcf in the GEF 7 period reaches 43. There are only 4 LDCs that have not accessed resources in the period, and I explained that in the prior session. 30 LDCs will have also successfully accessed up to $10 million of the initial cap. In addition, 13 countries have accessed Ldcf resources under the cap, of which 6 have accessed only 9 million. By the end of GEF 7, the Ldcf aims to serve all 47 countries by providing support. Let me also say a few words about the GEF GCF coordination at the project level. The two funds continue to collaborate throughout the ongoing coordinated engagement, which is still a pilot, but also through close collaboration between the fund secretariats. A number of projects include GCF investments and readiness support as part of the baseline or as relevant initiatives for this partnership. Regarding resource availability, each work program presented to the Council to date has utilized almost all resources that have been made available in the Ldcf Trust Fund, with occasional concepts that must be waiting for a work program inclusion until the next Council meeting. With while no other projects have been technically cleared in time for inclusion in this work program, the Secretariat is aware of several proposals that are being discussed or being developed by the countries and the agencies. I'd like to also report to the Council that countries and agencies continue to inquire about resource availability, predictability, and the timing of project clearance and Council approval. As we described in the previous work program cover note, this lack of predictability has restricted the GEF Secretariat from proactively engaging and supporting a wider variety of innovative initiatives. Finally, there is a need to strive for continued more predictable support to the Ldcf from the donors and to consider expanding the donor base. If some of the donors could commit to a multi-year contribution agreement, this could also help to offer countries and agencies some more stability in their planning processes. Other options include expanding the donor base to include more countries and to consider moving towards a replenishment model. And all of these elements merit further discussion within the context of the process to develop the next programming strategy for climate change adaptation for Ldcf and SCCF that would cover the period of 2022 to 2026. Regarding additional programming in GEF 7, the Secretariat has received several inquiries about the provision of support beyond the initial GEF 7 cap of $10 million and the current cumulative cap of $50 million per Ldcs. We will continue to prioritize support for all Ldcs to reach the initial cap, and that's the way forward. But if additional contributions are received in time to enable programming above the $10 million cap within the remaining GEF 7 period, the Secretariat will notify the countries to accept additional proposals for review. The cumulative cap of $50 million per Ldcs will stay for the remainder of the GEF 7 replenishment period. We will continue to analyze all projects by factors of our enhanced Ldcf prioritization for work program inclusion. With this, I thank you very much for your attention and turn it over to you, Chair, for any questions and comments that the Council may have. Thank you very much.
Oh, thanks, Gustavo, for the presentation of the work program. With this, I would like to open the floor for interventions by Council members. William will help us with this list of speakers. William, over to you.
Thank you very much. Marita, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. We welcome and approve the work program, which we hope will contribute to strengthening the resilience and improve the diversification of vulnerable society. We especially welcome the program's expected result on gender integration and would like to encourage continued efforts throughout the project cycle. With this, I just wanted to mention that I will have to leave the meeting in about 5 minutes. So I would like to thank you for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gerard, you have the floor, followed by Cordula.
Thank you, Gustavo, for this very transparent presentation. I think that you have touched upon the countries that have not yet benefited from the GEF 7, the Ldcf fund. So mainly we have seen from your report that you have Madagascar, among others, South Sudan, and a few other countries, Comoros, that maybe lie behind the other seeds or Ldcs. So we would appreciate if you could make more effort so as to bridge the gap between with different LDCs and 6 countries. So thank you for taking this into consideration.
Thank you very much. Cordula, followed by Lisa. Cordula, you have the floor.
Well, thank you. We welcome the work program, and we would like to thank all staff for its efforts despite the difficult circumstances. The COVID-19 crisis shows how valuable and relevant the work of the LDCF is. Building resilience and diversifying livelihoods in vulnerable communities has been crucial before and becomes even more important in times of crisis. We see the LDCF as a key actor to support green recovery efforts in LDCs and remain fully committed to its work. Focusing on this work program, we welcome the proposed resource allocation across focal areas and regions, especially the high proportion of projects in Africa is appreciated. We especially appreciate also that an additional 5 countries are accessing LDCF resources, and thank the Secretariat for its outreach and efforts. We would appreciate a continuation of these efforts in order to ensure that also the remaining 4 countries can follow that path. As usually, we have a set of comments and requests, which we will provide in writing within the determined time frame. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Liesl, followed by Sano. Liesl, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. We also approve the work program. I'm going to be copying a few things that Cordula has said. We're very happy to see that there are 4 more projects from African countries and that 5 of the LDCs are accessing resources for the first time. We really recognize the Secretariat's work in engaging with these countries to achieve this. We appreciate the comment about the coordination with the GCF. In line with Sweden, we also would like to encourage the continued efforts in gender integration throughout the project cycle. Denmark remains extremely committed to supporting LDCF and acknowledges the challenges with regards to lack of predictable funding and the need for multi-year funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sano, you have the floor, followed by Alain.
Thank you so much. We appreciate the work program, and this is very helpful. So we highly appreciate the engagement of the civil society as the implementing agencies, and also on the issue of the gender have been addressing sex disaggregated. So if possible, please consider the age and sex disaggregated. It can help much more better to quantify the risk. In this point, I just want to have one question to know what is new you have been considering under this work program for enhancing visibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alain, followed by Shella. Alain, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup. Nous remercions le secrétariat pour ce work programme du LDCF que nous approuvons. Nous apprécions particulièrement le fait qu'il appuie 5 nouveaux pays primo-accédants au LDCF sur les 7 soutenus par le programme. Nous apprécions également l'illustration par ces projets de la convergence sur les sujets climat et biodiversité, qui sont très importants pour nous, comme vous le savez, mais aussi sur la dégradation éther des approches proposées qui répondent plus largement aux objectifs de développement durable. Enfin, nous notons néanmoins, encore une fois, une forte concentration de ce work programme et sur le LDCF à date autour de quelques agences de mise en œuvre. Cela peut bien entendu s'expliquer par la géographie et les sujets des projets, mais il existe néanmoins d'autres agences qui pourraient être mobilisées davantage et apporter une réelle valeur ajoutée à ces projets. Merci.
Thank you very much. Shella, followed by Shaibu. Shella, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. And thanks to Gustavo for the comprehensive presentation on the LDCF work program. It's clear that the LDCF is providing an important and high quality source of adaptation financing for the least developed countries, particularly in countries that are facing overlapping and compounding health, economic, and climate challenges. The United States appreciates also the opportunity to provide comments on the June 2021 Ldcf SCCF work program and requests that the following statement be reflected in the chair's summary of this meeting. This statement will also be provided in writing. The United States, in light of its policies for certain development projects in countries whose governments are 1, not addressing trafficking in persons. 2, have engaged in a pattern of gross violations of internationally recognized human rights. And 3, do not have in place a functioning system for reporting to civilian authorities audits of receipts and expenditures that fund activities of the armed forces and security, opposes the following project, and therefore does not join a council decision that would support GEF project 10789 in Eritrea. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Shaibu, you have the floor.
Merci, William, et bonsoir à tous. Nous voulons intervenir pour nous féliciter en tout cas des performances de ce fonds. En tout cas, ces dernières années, nous apprécions beaucoup les performances. Nous voulons aussi encourager les donateurs à faire plus dans ces programmes Ldcf et Ldcf, parce que c'est vraiment des programmes qui font beaucoup de travail important dans nos pays. Nous voulons saluer aussi les efforts du secrétariat, en tout cas par rapport à la mobilisation des pays pour qu'ils puissent vraiment bénéficier de ces opportunités. Nous reconnaissons vraiment tous ces efforts du secrétariat et nous voulons aussi encourager les agences et les demander surtout à plus de diligence. Nous reconnaissons un peu le contexte dans lequel nous travaillons tous, de la pandémie. Mais nous souhaiterons en tout cas plus de diligence dans le traitement des dossiers pour que, en tout cas, tous les pays qui ont leur dossier dans le circuit puissent en tout cas profiter d'ici la fin du FAM 7. Je vous remercie. Bien sûr, ma circonscription soutient ce programme. Merci.
Thank you very much. Marta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We endorse the work program, but we also want to join Fran's comment on the concentration issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That seems to end the list of speakers. Back to you, Chair.
Well, thank you so much, William, and to all the speakers. With this, I would like to invite Gustavo to respond the questions, react to the comments. Over to you, Gustavo.
Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel. I think we didn't have any specific questions, just thanking the council members for all the positive reactions to the work program and also the suggestions. And we will wait, of course, for the written comments that will be added to the batch that we will go to the agencies for reflection during project preparation and to the CEO, to the GEF CEO endorsement stage. And yes, we look at this work program as it was described with very good interest. We have a communications unit here in the GEF preparing a very strong statement about the relevance of the fund with this work program and getting almost all the LDCs addressed with support, and hopefully we will get to 100% by the end of GEF 7. With that, Carlos Manuel, I turn it back to you.
Thanks very much, Gustavo. Having finished the discussion, I would like to invite the council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GEF/LDCF/SCCF.30/05. I don't see any objections to the draft decision, so I hereby approve the decision on the work program for the least developed countries funds. Thank you all very much. So we got just one agenda item pending, and it is 11 a.m. at DC time. After the proper consultation with my co-chair, we have agreed on concluding today's session we will continue with the pending agenda item tomorrow morning, as we did today, half an hour before regular time, which is 6 a.m. DC time. Mete, any last messages to the council members?
No, thank you so much, Carlos Manuel, and I've been following closely, and no further comments. And do hope and appreciate the flexibility of council members to start early tomorrow. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, William. Any housekeeping issues to inform council members?
Nothing more, thank you. Just asking you to join like 5 minutes before the time if you can, because then we can get the quorum early and start dead on time. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much to all. So we will reconvene tomorrow 6:30 DC time. I would like to thank you one more for the very productive and positive working day. I will see you tomorrow. Be safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Gracias.
Bye-bye.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye. Thank you.